And welcome to everyone. I'd like to call to order our March 23rd, 2021 City Council Work Session. Tara, would you please call the roll?
Powers. Here. Luttrell.
Here.
Turner.
Here.
Fire Robin. And King.
Oh.
Chad and Margaret, can you all hear us?
I can now. I just turned up my audio that had gotten turned down. So yes.
Okay. Chad, what about you?
Okay, no one can hear me then, can they?
We can. We can now.
Sorry, no one can hear me?
We can. Yeah,
I'm
we're good.
muted.
No, we can't hear us. No, we hear you. We can hear you.
Chad,
Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Chad, can you hear us?
I can't hear you.
Can or cannot? I think that's a cannot. Margaret, you can hear us okay, correct?
I can. I turned up my audio. So if we're just Chad might want to check his.
Margaret, are we muted from everybody? City of Bristol is not muted. Okay. I'm going to have to re-log in.
Okay. Are you chatting, Margaret, or you sent it, if somebody sent him a chat message that?
I was going to just send it to everybody, but I'll wait till he comes back in.
Yeah, I think he has, hasn't he? Is he on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Great announcement, Nathan, about your manager.
Yeah.
Got you.
Okay, can you hear us now?
Can you hear us now, Chad?
I can hear you now. Thank you.
Yay.
All right. Okay, Mayor.
Okay, so we get everybody roll call now. Okay. At this time, I'd like to ask our city attorney, Ms. Danielle Smith, to lead us in discussion of the necessity for conducting the electronic meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you know, Governor Lee has suspended the provisions of the Open Meetings Act until April 28, 2021, to the extent necessary to allow governing bodies to conduct their essential business by electronic means rather than in person. One condition of meeting electronically is that if you are attending by audio only, you are asked to identify yourself by name and position when you speak so that the public can understand who's speaking. In order to proceed with meeting electronically, City Council should make a determination that it's necessary to protect the health, safety, and welfare of Tennesseans in light of the COVID-19 outbreak. If members need to discuss, they should do so at this time. Otherwise, a motion and a second and a roll call vote would be appropriate as to whether you should be able to meet electronically.
Make a motion to conduct this meeting electronically.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Tara, would you please call the roll?
Powers.
Yes.
Luttrell.
Yes.
Turner.
Yes.
Fire Robin.
Yes.
King.
Yes.
Okay, at this time, Mr. Sawyer, would you please summarize the agenda?
Yes, be glad to, Mayor. We've got five items on our agenda. The first item deals with the refunding of three different outstanding general obligation bonds. We have here with us this morning Mr. Scott Gibson with Cumberland Securities. As council is aware, Mr. Gibson serves as the city's financial advisor and has done this for a number of years, and periodically brings to us refunding opportunities as the market supports. So we've got two refunding issues that he will be discussing with you. First is the refunding of Series 2012 and 2015 bonds, and the second will be the refunding of the Series 2014 bonds. This refunding has the potential to have a net present value savings of approximately $2 million over the remaining life of these bond issues. With that, Scott?
Thank you. So, I did put some mayor and the rest of the council members a couple of hard copy handouts on your table there to answer, to go through. I also put a couple state report or responses from the state that we've already gotten back. I do not have the resolutions yet. Mark Mamatoff at Bassberry and Sims is still drafting those. He should have those done here in the next day or two, and we'll get those out here before sometime early next week, so that you will have it in your packets for the council meeting coming up here soon. It is fairly simple. The couple of things we're going to discuss here today, we did some debt in 2012 and 2015 that we're going to refund. That debt is for the city. I'll go through that real quickly. And then we also have some debt from 2014, which would be the second piece of the Pinnacle project out there. So if you remember last year, we refinanced in 2020 the first piece of the Pinnacle project, saved quite a bit of money. And so we're going to pick up the second piece here in 2021, refinance that debt and lower the interest rates. Tara, on your email, there should be these packets. I sent you the PDFs if you check your email.
Okay.
You might want to send it to the.
Okay.
So the first thing I want, as Bill mentioned, we do have the 12 and 15 bonds. Those were used by the city. They were also used in the stormwater fund, and there's a little bit of in the water fund that we were looking to refinance. And so in the handouts, or the handout for the 12-15 bonds, on the cover it says preliminary refunding analysis, 2012 bonds, 2015 bonds. These are just traditional refinancings. We're taking traditional fixed rate debt and just lowering the interest rates, just like you would on your home mortgage, to a lower rate and saving some money on an annual basis. We're not changing the maturities and the principal payments are going to be close to the same, literally just trying to lower the interest rate. So on page 2, it outlines the estimated savings on the 12 and 15 bond refinancing, and we're looking right at $500,000 worth of savings. I projected about 495, so let's just call it $500,000. We will be doing this deal as bank qualified to get the lowest interest rates available. There's a graph on page 3 to kind of show you what it's going to look like after the fact. And you can see the lines here with the members here. Here's where we kind of have been, and this is where we're going to end up underneath the line. So, and as you can tell here, the city's debt starts to fall off here in a few years. So once we get out here, we should be, I wouldn't say home free, but we're going to be in much better shape as a city as your debt payments come down and free up some of that money for potential other uses, or continue to pay down debt, or put money in more infrastructure that y'all may need to do. None of this includes the proposed debt that we've been talking about for the last several years. As you know, the city's going to have to kick some money in to complete the schools. The schools are going to put some money in, so that's out there. There's also the fire station, maybe some fire equipment. You are getting some federal dollars in, which we can talk about that once those rules come out, how you can spend that money. But if you can't spend it on that, we'll have to add that. But we can handle that debt service in this revenue stream based on where we are if we have to finance all of that. So there's a sources and uses on page 4 that's outlining kind of the uses between what the city borrowed, the stormwater system, and the water system. Like I said, we will not be extending any debt. And then pages 5, 6, and 7, and 8 outline the old debt that is out there, and we're looking at about the old debt has about a 3.5% rate. The new debt we have projected about 2.25. So, I mean, the rates were already pretty attractive. If you're a little bit under 3.5, that's a pretty good rate. And now we're going to be 2.25, maybe less on the proposed debt. So, $500,000 worth of savings on that piece. And then on this next analysis on the 2014 bonds, that would be the Pinnacle project. And if you flip it open and look at page 2 on it, we are projecting about $1.8 million plus worth of savings on refunding the Pinnacle debt. Obviously, that will be a pretty substantial savings for the city, a little over $100,000 a year, it looks like, on each and every year, or right at it. And we will obviously be moving forward with that. This piece of debt will be a non-bank qualified deal, and bank qualification, for y'all who may not know, is under the rules, tax rules out there, a city can do $10 million a year, up to $10 million a year bank qualified, but you only get $10 million per year. However, the way the tax laws are written, if you do something bank qualified in the previous years, if you follow some guidelines, you can reuse that bank qualification. So like the 12 and 15 bonds that I talked about, they were originally bank qualified. So we're going to grab the bank qualification from 2012 and 15, use it again, we're going to use the bank qualification for the new money for the schools if we end up doing that. But this piece is over $10 million, so it'll be done non-bank qualified. But the way the tax laws are written, we can do all of that. We just have to separate the issues out about 15 days and keep them all separate. So that's why we're looking at a separate bond issue for this one. And obviously, if we can save $1.8 million, that will turn out to be really good. And once again, there's sources and uses on page 4, and the old debt is on page 5, and it was at 3.38% what's left on it. So once again, that debt was under 3.5% to start with, and hopefully get it down to right at the 2% level, maybe 2.25, 2 and 2.25, lock in about 1.8 million. So that's kind of an overview of what we're proposing to do. Like I said, you'll have a resolution on your agenda to go through. You do have the state reports or state response. We've already filed reports with the state outlining these refundings. The state has sent their reports back. Those will be in your packet also, or you have them today. And I left extra copies for Bill to hand out if we need them, and we'll attach them to the actual resolutions that go in the packets so that they're official part of the minutes. But I'll be happy to answer any questions y'all have about that or anything else y'all want to discuss while I'm up here.
So on an annual basis, what will our savings be?
Do I?
Between the two on an annual basis, what will our
If you look at the page 2 in each report, there's about 100,000 on the 14 bond or the Pinnacle bonds. There's about 20,000 bucks a year on the 12 and 15 bonds. So you're looking at probably about 120,000 bucks a year, at least for until the Pinnacle bonds pay off, and then after that it's about 20 grand a year. But the debt falls off, so you don't really care about that. So I mean, it's a pretty substantial number, so that'll help. But I will, obviously, something kind of off subject, but also on subject. As y'all are fully aware, the Pinnacle out there has been doing pretty good, but there's still that last south pad that has not been built out. And so the projections on the sales tax coming in, both for the city and the developer, are falling below what we estimated originally because we don't have the pad built out. And until that pad is built out with some big box retailer or multiple small retailers and we start generating more tax revenue, we are still a little bit behind where we thought we would be when we started this project. That is not to say that the project has not been a success out there. It's just that without a full complete build out, we're not going to hit our targets. And so I just want to throw that out there. So to the extent we're saving money on the refinancing, that's really going to help the city make up the shortfall or kind of where we thought we would be, because that store is not, that pad's not built out. Now in the next 4 or 5 years, if we can get the pad built out, then that should more than, help make up some of the difference, both for the city and for the bonds that are out there floating around that we had sold for the developer, which, like I said, those payments have been falling short. Hopefully at some point we'll get caught back up. So that's kind of a little off target, but I kind of wanted to mention that, that's something we're watching, and that it's great to have the savings, but like I said, we're still a little bit behind versus where we thought we would be when we originally started.
So if I understand correctly, this offset of savings of $120,000 should perhaps be viewed as the offset to the lack of sales tax revenue generated due to the fact that the South Pad is not completely built out.
I think that would, I don't want to say, I just want to point out, if you went back and looked at where we started the Pinnacle project and look at where the projections are, we are below where we thought we would be on the sales tax. And so I don't want, the city has been managed to, the city's on the hook for all the debt. So you've managed to, through your budget process, find money to continue to pay the debt. The local option piece coming in from Pinnacle has still been fairly strong. It's more about you have managed your budgets like you're supposed to. But if you actually went back and looked and saw where the projections were based on the sales tax study that the developer had done and some other stuff, we have not met those numbers. So I don't, if you went back and looked and said, well, hey, when we started this project, we thought we'd have X, but we got X less something now. The issue is not what we're doing on our side. The issue is until you get that South Pad fully built out, it's going to be, you just don't have enough stores. you need a bigger store there, generating some more money. So, but if you think about it, whether it's a Costco or a big box retailer, you know, if they're generating $50 to $100 million a year in sales, well, that makes up 5, 6, 7 million bucks, of which you get a small share of that. So that'll fill that hole in.
But it basically also is just our return of what was projected out of what the city's return was going to be on this investment of the bonds that we were issued for the Pinnacle. We're just not, the return that we had projected is not there. We still have, I mean, we're still getting our return, but it's not to what was.
It's just not performing as it was originally.
Yes,
right.
But that's not to say it won't someday catch up. And two,
and it's not to say it's not still a good deal.
Well, exactly. I was getting at the fact that it's not that we are losing anything. We're maybe just not getting our return on the investment that was originally.
Or not getting as much return.
Much return on it, but we're still getting our return.
It's still a good deal.
Exactly.
It has been a good deal. The developer, you know, he built, I mean, you had the Bass Pro and you had all the other stuff fill in, and you know, that last piece of property just hasn't gotten developed like they originally thought it would. And some of that, I mean, you know, the economy has changed. We've been through the pandemic now. You know, Amazon has changed the retail world out there because people buy stuff online versus going to stores. So that's hurt. Considering all those changes in the overall economy, I mean, I'm happy about where we are. I just wanted to preference that, yeah, this is really good and the city's in really good shape, but it's, I just wanted to throw the backstory in that the Pinnacle it's why it's doing good. It's not done as well as the projections said because of that last piece. But if you fill the last piece in and get that Pinnacle completely developed, then we should start tracking back toward where the projections were.
And really, when you look at the South Pad, the development of that, the Pinnacle really got out of the gate quick.
It did.
And it outperformed the required performa that these two bonds were built around early on. Now at the South Pad, and then of course the changing of the economy even prior to COVID slowed down the expansion of brick and mortars type developments. But the Pinnacle out the gate, it really outperformed.
Right.
So now we've had, as we have nationally, a slowdown in brick and mortar investments. Hopefully over the next 4 to 5 years, we'll see some stabilization of that, the South Pad completed, and we're back on track with where the project had originally been envisioned.
Yeah, I just wanted to paint a picture that by mentioning that why your debt's getting close to falling off, and we've talked about that for years. That this refunding is going to save some money, which is going to help things going forward. And y'all have continued to manage your budget tightly and do a really good job. That I don't want you as leaders of the city to think, well, this is just like the federal government sending money left and right, that these savings are, well, we got more stuff to spend it on. Yeah, this is going to help, but it's more about this money is really helping keep your budget back in balance and taking some pressure off versus being manna from heaven and, oh, we can spend that on top of everything else going on, and that's not really the case.
Well, that was my point, is that we've got an offset here. So it's good. It's good. Timing is good.
Yeah, it's good. It is a good thing. You know, if we can save $1 million over to $2+ million when it's all said and done, that's good. Of course, all that money doesn't come up front. It's a little bit every year. So just wanted to kind of point that out. Why it is a great picture. It's not, it's not like we hit the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, but we'll keep moving forward. Basically, we're not taking any steps back. We are moving forward. So, Bill, anything else?
I'm good.
Anything else while I'm here? I appreciate the time today.
Thank you for being here.
I'll be back.
Be sure to grab a sandwich.
Will do.
And we'll see you back on April 6th then, as this is placed on your agenda for formal consideration.
And I will
You're
follow
always welcome to come back.
resolutions.
You're always welcome to come back when you bring us money.
We like Scott's visits.
I appreciate it. So
Scott has represented the city very well over time, especially in the Pinnacle project, and Scott was there from day one. crafting the development agreement, crafting the bond issue around it, the infrastructure improvements, and developing that in a fashion that would support the pace of the growth there. So Scott has served the city well for a number of years.
Appreciate the kind words. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to the next item, Mr. Zor.
All right, Mayor, we have with us today, it's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Mark Shore of Shoreline Insights Group, LLC. And he's going to assist us in the conversation and the process moving forward in the development of a destination marketing organization. Mark brings to us over 30 years of experience in the tourism industry. He has served across the Southeast in 5 states, but he's been the CEO of destination marketing organizations in Franklin and Williamson County, as well as Charlottesville and Albemarle County in Virginia, and then Cabarrus County and Concord in North Carolina. He concluded his career in that area with the Department of North Carolina's Visit North Carolina, which was a state agency representing tourism across the state. Leaving that career post in November of last year, he started his consulting firm. Now lives in the Shenandoah Valley, and this is what he does for a living. And so he's going to assist us in the conversation today and in outlining a process moving forward. All right.
Well, good morning. It's nice to be with you all today, and I appreciate the invitation. This is a little different than what I normally do. I work with a lot of destination marketing organizations that are really struggling to put together strategic plans, so that's really kind of the basis of what I do. But I think for the situation that you all have here, they say that good judgment comes from experience, and experience comes from bad judgment. I've seen both the good judgment and the bad judgment, and have been a part of both. And so hopefully what I bring to you is some experience and some insights. The good news is I don't know a whole lot about either the players or about Bristol. That may sound strange to say that's a good thing, but I don't have any biases built in. So whatever you ask me, I'm going to give you an honest opinion based on some of my experiences. So there will be a little bit of opinion there, but I try not to have a bias on where I think you should be. But I'll just give you some factual information on how I think you can get to the next step that you want to go to. We're up on the screen already. So if you're not familiar, destination marketing organizations have actually been around a long time. And since the late 1800s, the first one was in Detroit and was suggested by a newspaperman. And they created a business council to go after meetings and conventions to come to town. So it's not a new thing that you're looking at. It's been around for quite a while. Where am I pointing? Point.
Let's see if we work.
Is it not advancing, Mark?
Here we are.
Okay.
So just 2 quick research slides that I have for you. This is from Destinations International, which is the International Association for Destination Marketing Organizations. To give you a little bit of insight, 67% of destination organizations are nonprofits, 42% have a membership model, and 25% have no membership model. One opinion that I do have is I tend to think that partnerships that can create investment work better than memberships, and so you may hear me speak to that. So while I'm not a membership model person, I do think that there are some advantages to what I call partnership. This was another chart that I thought you all might find interesting from Destinations International in terms of how most of the destination marketing organizations are created. As you can see, majority of them are nonprofit organizations. Some do start with chambers. I'm working with an organization now in North Carolina that contracts with their Chamber of Commerce. They have less than $100,000 a year budget, and I think it's a really good setup that they have. So it can be a very beneficial way to get an organization started. And I've seen both government organized destination marketing organizations and chamber organized destination marketing organizations evolve to be nonprofits as well. And then this last chart that I have up here for you, this is just kind of an idea of where I go when I'm consulting with organizations. And I thought seeing some of this may help you to understand what I do on a daily basis. But I really don't want to focus on what I do. I want to be here for you all as a resource. And so I understand a little bit about where you are. You all may be able to fill in some of the gaps as we talk. But I really just want to open this up for a conversation and questions that you all might have for me as we move forward. So understand that I may not have all of the facts, but I put together what I think are the next steps for you all. And I'm sorry, I didn't realize these were going to come in one at a time here. But things that you all should look at, whether you should continue with the chamber, be a 501c6, nonprofit, interim options, a future board or organizational structure, creation of bylaws, investment options and funding models, leveraging investment with the private sector, those partnerships that I talked about. And then how are partnerships affected by creating a standalone DMO, and performance measures and accountability and ethics. So those are some of the topics that I'd like you to think as you ask me the questions. And you all are able to pick a topic from that list if you like, and I'll be glad to help you out in whatever way I can with an answer.
One thing I'd ask is, with our situation here of the state, our city being divided, part in Virginia and part in Tennessee, which is a unique situation.
Yes.
Of, what do you see as of being able to combine those two, how we have been in the past and going forward of
I think
making that work
I think the fact that you have a state line that divides you, I believe strongly that it's important to create the geographic identity that a visitor would see. And while they see that uniqueness of that state line, they probably see Bristol as Bristol, not when they tell their friends they went to Bristol, they may not say Virginia or Tennessee. That's kind of where I would go to, is what the research probably says, which they see this as a region. And so in that, promoting it, it's important to have as many of the partners in the sphere of what a visitor sees at the table with you. I think that it's exponentially more important because there are two states, and I recognize that that's really a part of the challenge. One of the things that I've talked about with Bill a little bit is, and we saw this in Franklin, Tennessee, in Williamson County, was the entities. You've got the county and you had cities of Brentwood and Franklin, an emerging city of Thompson Station, which was going to have hotels soon, but different levels of funding and partnerships there. So I saw some of that, and our board had taken a position of always creating a way for the door to be as open as possible and to show when you're ready, these are the seats that are available on your board. This is the funding structure we expect from the other entities, and this is what we would expect from you, and always be able to show that so that there's an open door kind of policy, so that nobody feels excluded or that you're doing this to be separate. You're doing it because you want a better functioning organization. And that's really when organizations leave a chamber, what I see is that they've reached a growth level that they can't grow well or more under that umbrella. And they can function better as an independent organization.
Could you back up to that pie chart just for a second?
You want this one?
Yes. Now, when you're showing the Chamber of Commerce, is that just a model that's out there in the area? Only 1% of DMOs are under chambers now?
Yeah, this would be of the membership of the Destinations International, which I'm not sure what their total membership is now, but this is a kind of a polling of all of their members to see how they're formed. I'll also point out that the majority, when you average the average budget of those organizations in this, the average budget's a little over 3 million. And so you've leveraged both the $100,000 DMO with the $200 or $300 million DMO like in Las Vegas. So there's a big spectrum there. But of all the members, 1% are members of Chambers of Commerce, or part of the Chamber of Commerce, I should say.
But would that be, I mean, the way ours is, I mean, yeah, it's housed within the chamber, it's a separate nonprofit entity. So where would it be up here on this?
Say that again.
Of where
The current structure is
right
is what?
It's housed
The chamber
in the
program.
chamber, but it is a separate nonprofit entity in itself. Correct. I mean,
But it's housed in the chamber. It's a chamber program.
It may function as a nonprofit in that realm. It probably depends on how
yeah,
these
I'm
people
just
answer
curious.
the question.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, if they saw themselves more as a chamber entity because they were a functioning unit of it, or whether they were actually
Yeah, that's what I'm just
chamber.
curious of with that,
Yeah.
with the nonprofit, with no memberships and with memberships of, if that was part of what we,
I think the way that it's structured, it's an entity of the chamber and it's a nonprofit, but it's considered an entity of the chamber that we assisted in funding. So it would be a chamber function.
But are you saying that it currently has a nonprofit
Yes.
status that's like a filing with the IRS,
Right.
501
it's separate.
status?
I don't think
I
so.
think it's part of the chamber.
I thought it was
program.
part of
It's under the chamber's umbrella.
When we donate money to them, we give the money to the chamber to be used for that program.
Right, but I thought they had the Discover Bristol was a separate,
That's a brand. That's more of a branding.
okay,
But the funds are co-commingled.
right, okay.
So if it were a true 501(c), the funds couldn't be coming. They couldn't parse out the.
And they're probably a C6, but there are some C3s out there, and there are some that have a C6 and a C3. And
Yeah, they're
separate.
not charitable, they're under the C6.
They're C6, yeah.
The chamber.
The chamber is.
So as we move to this independent autonomous board with direction with eventually an executive director, how would you, in the interim, I like the way, I mean, this kind of works through sequentially your next slide as a 501(c)(6) nonprofit, and then in the interim, what is the next step as an interim?
My thoughts, this would be a possible timeline. I anticipated somebody might ask this question. And there's not a lot of detail in this, but I would think if I were doing this, I'd look at April to try to create, by vote, to say that you want to create a nonprofit specifically for the promotion of tourism, and then have your legal team put that together. But at the same time, I would start to look at board seats of what might potentially be future board members. And that group could be larger than what the board is, just to have some unification as you move towards a final board. Some people maybe feel slighted if they didn't get included, so you may want to just go ahead and pick what you think will be the board and consider them a committee until it's really organized. When I say door open, there again, I would say, I really strongly believe that chambers of commerce are very important in terms of keeping the cogs of the business community rolling, and that may be a seat that you put on this board.
Vince, did you
What
have a
was,
question?
yeah, what, the promotion to Bristol, Virginia, what is that?
It looks like a typo to me.
It's
I think
a
supposed to
typo.
say Bristol, Tennessee.
It's a typo, I'm sorry.
Okay.
You caught me. Yeah, so, board seats would be next. I would say trying to figure out what those would be. I tend to think boards of up to 11 are a really good number. Much larger than that, I think it becomes, I think boards tend to miss a few things if they get really large. The dedicated investment level formula, and this always has some, is a struggle for, I think, municipalities to hear, but I did a survey several years ago when I was in Charlottesville of destination marketing organizations with budgets of less than 1.5 million. And of that, about 64% of the lodging taxes collected for those entities were dedicated to tourism promotion through their destination marketing organization. I'll also tell you that in Charlottesville, Virginia, and in Williamson County, Tennessee, we had what was considered the equivalent of 25% of the lodging tax as a funding formula. And those were both, what that allows is for the organization to be less focused on spending their time begging for money or looking to play politics, and really lets them go out and achieve the mission of the organization. And I think what you do is, one, you look at it that your 25% that you're giving to the organization and investing, that if they can grow their 25% every year and give them an incentive to grow it, then they're growing the 75% that you've left in the general fund for other purposes. I have seen other dedications of funding go towards product, in addition to the marketing for lodging tax. But I would encourage you, even if you don't say that it's the dedicated percentage of the lodging tax, look for an equivalent percentage so that you're basically putting the destination marketing organization on commission. The better they do for you, increasing the 75%, the better they're doing for their 25%, and then they don't have to come back and ask for more money. They're empowered to achieve growing their budgets on their own without having to ask for it. I do think that you could put together an interim staff person, maybe somebody on contract. It could be an agency that you hire to handle promotions until you hire someone full-time. I think that you would look at maybe doing a search in October or November with the intent to try to hire somebody as a director by the 1st of January. So I know that's a kind of a short list of what I think you could do.
Could I ask, you mentioned about performance and accountability, I'll say return on investment. How is the best way to measure performance? Is it only from lodging taxes, or is there other ways to do that?
No, and I actually think that that lodging tax, I differentiate what I call performance measures and performance indicators. Lodging tax collections is an indicator. It's really a good indicator, but because the destination organization doesn't control price or inventory, it's not a direct measure of what they're doing. It's a very strong indicator that they're doing well if it increases. A measurement would be, are they growing the percentage of the budget that they have annually and putting more towards marketing each year? And the reason I say it that way is you don't want an organization that is doing nothing but growing their administrative staff. You want an organization that is growing what they're dedicating to marketing. And so that's actually a performance measure that the organization can control, is how much they're investing in marketing.
What about measurements like those who look at the website, those hits that we get from specific ads, if you will, that type of thing. Is there any way of putting a dollar amount to those types of impressions?
There is, in the public relations side, they've kind of moved away from what they call the earned media value, which used to be how much would a full page ad and a full page article in Southern Living cost you if you had to buy it in terms of an ad, if it gets written about you for free. So there's a value there that can be attributed. There are some new measurements that PR is looking at because of everything moving so much to digital. There's some new methodology called the Barcelona Principles that really the PR folks would follow a little more closely nowadays. I put up on the screen, I don't know if you can see this where you are, but kind of some examples of what I call indicators versus measures. But some of those measures might be, not just did you grow your social media channels, but what was the engagement level and did you grow the engagement level? Website numbers are another one. I learned this very quickly when I worked for Visit North Carolina. I can buy my way to the number of website visits very easily. But what you want is time on site. And so if you're increasing time on site, that's a measurement that you can hold the organization accountable for because it means they're developing quality content and doing a good job there. So it's a way to look at measuring the organization's success by looking at the things that they can actually control and change and grow in a positive manner. Are you able to see these from home or not?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
And I'll leave this work with you in case there are
Other questions?
So what would you see as the board of how that would be made up? What would be the makeup of that 11-member board?
Sure. I think there's representation from the entity that funds it. And as I said, if you felt that Bristol, Virginia may come in the future, you create it in a way that looks like there'd be an equitable seat for them in the future. I do believe in some business leadership, and that may be the chamber president, it may be the chamber chairperson, or it may be a designated person from the Chamber of Commerce. If there are other business or significant organizations in the community that you feel have an impact on this, or then those are good to name a seat based on that organization. Definitely someone from the lodging industry, since that's who is collecting that tax for you. They have insights, they'll have research information that they can share with you, and they'll have some input on how the organization might respond to better assist getting more people into the hotels. And I think it's a combination of political and community leadership. I tend to think that the political representation is minor and less about control, but more about oversight to make sure that your investment is being spent wisely.
Right. Yeah, because that's one of I don't believe that, just my opinion, the fact that us as a government of running this entity and being able to be a very, besides, like you said, of the oversight that we are getting a return on our investment. Other than that, it needs to be with who those other stakeholders would be.
Yeah. And I think a restaurateur is always good, challenging, because sometimes their schedules are a lot tighter. At least in my experience, I've seen that that's hard to get representation. But if you've got someone who's opened at least 2 restaurants, then they're going to have some insights that others don't have. And I've seen I've seen CBB boards choose kind of an unexpected, they may have the head of the housing authority, or it's that element that sometimes conflicts with tourism, and so it's best to have them at the table. A good example would be Asheville with their affordable housing issues. If they became such a popular tourist destination, everybody bought up Airbnb houses, multiple units, the price of housing went up, and so there was that tension there. So you may think of some organization in the community that benefits or could be hurt, that you want them at the table as well. That's a little less common, but I have seen that before too.
So here's one, this is just, from your opinion of, with us at Bristol, Tennessee and Bristol, Virginia, it goes back to where if Bristol, Virginia city, the government does not join, then on that side of the line of people in Bristol, Virginia, whether they're hotels or whether they are restaurants, of asking to come onto this board in the beginning. It's.
Yeah, I think, I think you could extend an olive branch to a restaurateur, probably would be my first choice, or a hotelier second choice, and have that seat available for city representation as well. I think that's where the concept of membership and partnerships can erase that line some, is that you look at who's going to be a good partner on the board and for the organization. And if they are on the Virginia side, I would have no hesitation about either having them on as a board member or as an investment partner in the work.
Right.
It does become a little trickier with the political side. I give an example. When I was in Williamson County, we had the entity of the county, we had the entity of city of Franklin, and so if you think about it, the county's tax was also collected in the city. So you've got the benefit of a city hotel giving twice as much revenue back towards us as the county. And then you had the city of Brentwood, which claimed that they were not a tourism destination, even though they collected over $1 million in lodging tax, that did not want to be a partner. But that was the seat that we always left open. Now, it never got filled while I was there.
Right.
And we actually had representation on the board from City Council of Brentwood, so that they could see the work that was being done and how the county as a whole was promoted, and therefore Brentwood was part of it. It's definitely, with two states, makes it a little more dynamic than cities and county, but I think some of those can be applied. I think in the world of tourism promotion, always go back to thinking about how does the visitor see this destination, and use that as your guiding principle. Because when we did research in Franklin to find out what our visitors said about coming to visit us, and when they went back home, where did they tell people they went? 23% said they went to Nashville. Even though they were staying and visiting and doing everything in Franklin, the mindset was when they went back home, they told people they were in Nashville. So you have to think that when they go back home, they're saying they went to Bristol, and they didn't mean Tennessee or Virginia, most likely.
I think something that's very key that you mentioned, especially when you're dealing with two sides of the street, per se, is that the investment from a partner. I think that's a key element there. That really has to be looked at hard. If we go along on this journey and we're setting it up and doing everything we're going to be doing, hopefully, that if you are creating a tax stream for another state, then that's where it's very important that you have investment partners from that other state.
Well, that you have representation from the other state as well. I think, a few others that need, I'm sure we would all agree to be mentioned is our natural assets versus our developed assets. Someone from outdoor living, someone from the BCM and VIP downtown, and someone from the track, of course. All of these would be valuable partners. And I think that, I had someone this past week, we were talking about a completely different issue, but, regionalism begins at home, and we have to be open, as you said, to seats being within our community, because we are Bristol, Virginia, and Tennessee. And but it's real important for us to move forward with the basis that we have. We have so much to offer. I think the intent is to create an organization that can take us to the next level. And if I understand, that's what you have suggested. And Williamson County is an excellent point, because Franklin and Brentwood could, if we were looking at examples, they could be seen as the two different states. And one believed that it was best to go this way, while the other opted to go that way. And we all know, I know we've all visited Franklin and Williamson County and Brentwood as well, and a huge tourism destination, and very profitable in that regard. So
I think you make a good point about those organizations. Like if there's a downtown group that is both states, that those are folks that you may want to consider for the board. I think because they operate with a lot of that line erasure in place, and they may be good partners for you, good board members as well.
Well, can I go ahead?
Go ahead, Mark.
Okay, thanks. Just as we're thinking bylaws, and I think it's important to talk about board makeup before finalizing the number. And I recognize that 11 in research is the best for functioning. But in our area, my experience with nonprofits and with coalitions, which this is to some extent, dealing with two states, and meaning for some of your representatives to have that sector represented, you need to have folks from both Virginia and Tennessee. So anyway, just keeping that in mind, that could have an effect on the size of our board, and it might not be as appropriate to stick with the 11, even though we know in general with research that's the most effective. Thanks.
And I would agree with you. I think in particular with what you're trying to do, a larger board may be important, but I also believe the larger the board gets, the stronger your executive committee needs to be. And this is one thing I see with chambers of commerce, is that their boards can get very large. And if they don't have a strong executive committee, that there's less accountability. Unfortunately, I've been in communities where there have been chambers that have operated in the red, and the board members that didn't even know. And so I'm not saying that about yours. Please don't take that the wrong way. I'm just saying I think chambers have a tendency to get large boards, and unless you have a very strong executive committee that's watching closely, that's my fear of large boards. I say that. I was in Charlottesville. Their city council, would run meetings that ran 4 and 5 hours. I went to Williamson County. Their county board was 24 members, and I thought this is going to go forever. And they actually were done in an hour every night, because they did the work behind the scenes. And so it just depends on the folks that you have on there and their willingness to work on the business of the organization to make it work. So 11 is just my favorite number. So,
Mark, would you consider a large retail development a destination?
I do. When I worked in Concord, at the time, the Mills Corporation, I think they're a Simon property now, but the Concord Mills, the Mills company, that was they were destination shopping, and they promoted themselves as, as the highest visited visitor attractions, in the state or whatever it may be based on their head counts. So yeah, I think retail can be a destination.
Could I ask also about any experience you may have had as far as getting information out to other areas? If you have seen DMOs who have, I'm going to call them liaison members or ex officio members, in other words, non-voting members who would be invited to attend. And I'm thinking along the lines of maybe an Abingdon, Virginia representative, maybe a Sullivan County Commission member, and even other area cities and entities within those areas that could be invited really to get information out as much as anything. Is that something that you have seen in other areas?
I have seen it. Personally, it's a struggle, I think, sometimes to be an ex officio non-voting member and show up at the meetings and act engaged and be engaged and know what your role is without the vote. In Charlottesville, they created a regional tourism council, but there's a disconnect between the council and the actual voting members of the board. I'm not saying it can't be done. I think you just have to be really cognizant of the fact that you want somebody at the table but didn't empower them. And that's really where I've seen the problem, is when you try to get the representation or the buy-in, but you didn't give them a vote, it becomes a challenge for them to feel engaged.
Our city council has multiple examples of where we're doing that. For instance, we have a liaison member for the Bristol, Virginia city to get information about Bristol, Virginia, also about Sullivan County and about other areas where we're non-voting. But I don't know. I feel in part that in many areas of our city, we want others to know specifically what's going on. And just really, it's more of informational type statuses, I guess I would say.
Well, and to your point, Chad, if we think about networks, we have an ex officio member from Hawkins County. And so because part of Kingsport is in Hawkins County, and so they have an ex officio member, and we provide some marketing for Hawkins County IDB. So I understand what you're saying, and I think it's very valuable, because it may be that entities of that nature would begin on the board as an ex officio, but then they want to be more engaged, and it might be then that they become, to some degree, an equity partner through some formula. And so then that would be in securing voting. But in the meantime, it would be for information. And yeah, I understand what you're saying, and I think it bears some thought and consideration.
One of the challenges that destination marketing organizations have is that their audience is people from outside the 50-mile radius. And so they're busy and they're talking to their audience. But in the past, the local community sometimes didn't know what was going on because the message was always outbound. And I think in the past 15 years, we've seen destination marketing organizations put together more of a community-focused effort in two ways. One, making sure that they're engaged with folks like housing authorities and understanding the needs of the community, but also in creating a market for visiting friends and relatives, where they're working on a kind of an ambassadorial campaign to teach the locals what they do and how they can help tourism. But I do think that that's one of the challenges DMOs have had in the past is making sure that the local community understands what you do. And I think that's where it's important to be kind of on the speaking circuit to the Lions clubs and the Rotary clubs and make sure that you're getting that voice out there as well.
I think so some of what Chad's talking about could be achieved by having a regular agenda item with an update from some, designate who we want to hear from or who are partners outside of board members, et cetera, and be sure that that has a 5-minute feature or a 10-minute update or something like that without necessarily having them as ex officio.
So to Margaret's initial point of the creation of bylaws, would you like to share your thoughts about how we go about and what should be included, if anything, specifically?
Yeah, I've mentioned that, the key things to me are the board seat representation, which is always a challenge. The other would be a dedicated funding strategy. And really some open doors of how you want to invite Bristol, Virginia, the city of Bristol, Virginia, to the table to be a partner in this as well. And that invitation is always there and always reissued. And I think that can be stated in those bylaws as well. I've got some templates that I can share with you to try to help you get started a little quicker. And we've talked about some of those organizational things that I've worked on with other communities. I'd be glad to try to formulate those for you all as well to make things move quickly.
As I've shared, I think with each of you individually, if you proceed to go, if you want to proceed with this, I'd like to see a timeline that's pretty aggressive. I would like to have a set of bylaws before you for formal consideration no later than your June meeting, so that the approval process can go forward and the selection of board members can be seated in July. Now, parallel to that, we do have an engagement through the end of June with a local consulting firm. We're not going to have a program up and running July the 1st. I think we all recognize that. So there will need to be an entity engaged for at least the first 6 months of the next fiscal year to carry forward with this program. While the board, and it's my view that the board would select that entity, and I know we're in the process now of advertising for those services.
Through an RFP.
Through an RFP, yeah. And so, but that decision would be made when one of the first decisions the board would make once it's seated. And then parallel to that, our administration department would work with that board in the recruitment of a CEO to serve as the DMO director, and hopefully you've got that individual in place then by the first of the new calendar year.
So that search and decision would be made by the seating board.
I think that's the appropriate way to do it. I believe so, and Mark can certainly weigh in on that too. But ultimately, that director is going to be accountable to the board.
Right.
But we also want to ensure that we have a program going forward during that search process, and that's the retaining of a consultant to move forward with that effort through at least the first half of the next fiscal year, or the balance of this calendar year.
I think it's important, the fact that your funding is there until June 30th with the chamber under that current structure, to be able to tell the industry that you have a plan from July 1. And formulating that is going to be the hard part, but being able to tell them, there will be a transition. It may look different. It may be short-term and then long-term, but to be able to tell the industry, I think is very important, so that there's not, a concern for where are we now. There's a tremendous amount of pent-up demand that all of the indications of research that's being done is showing that the tourism industry is getting ready to boom again because of everybody's been cooped up for a year. And it's really starting to show in some of the travel sentiment studies that are being done. And so you need to be out there or you'll miss some of that opportunity. an opportunity to create a repeat visitor, somebody that comes for the first time but becomes a repeat visitor. I think you want to nab them as quick as possible during that time frame that we're talking about, from now until the end of the calendar year, really.
Well, I think to that point, this council has been very cognizant of that and have directed sequentially multiple marketing plans that we have funded so that there is no lag. If anything, we've had more actual marketing through the efforts of council in the past several months than has normally been afforded us. And so I think we talked about that and that we by no means want there to be any lag in our marketing efforts, and thus the partnership with BTES, and thus the third party that John is heading up and working with right now, and the completion of our financial obligation with the prior existing CBB, and looking into being able to have this RFP committed to by July 1st, so that we don't have any lag. And I think staff and council are all to be commended in their awareness of this. We've been very, very fortunate to be as aware and proactive as we have been.
Yeah, from what Bill has told me, you all have made positive steps in the direction, and you've been affirmative of what you want and why you're doing it. And I think you're stepped out the door enough now that it's time to figure out what your plan is. I would say, and we've talked a little bit about this, that maybe having a conversation with the Commissioner for Tourism for the state of Tennessee. My opinion, I don't know this for fact, is that where the money comes from is the voice that the state will listen to. So if the money coming for tourism promotion is coming from this entity, that's who the state's going to listen to when it comes to the matching marketing grant funds and that kind of thing. And that's not confirmed, but that's probably that's the way I would see it.
I've had staff conversations.
And so keep that in mind too, is that you've got the matching marketing dollars. And when I went to work for the state of North Carolina, one of the first things I did was call the Commissioner of Tourism in Tennessee and said, if I ever didn't respect you, please forgive me. I saw how some communities really disrespect the state level, and that's something I would encourage you, is that relationship is vital, and they are wanting to help you. And so ask questions of the state tourism office as you go through this as well. They're going to be a resource. They want you to succeed.
Well, I think that there's a very good possibility that we will have our DMO for Tennessee, and the current will be the DMO for Virginia. So, that's, I think, the reality of how this could end up.
And collaboration can be a great thing.
Right. So.
Questions that I would have too are, who owns the current branding? How is it registered? All that intellectual property may be some challenges that you have to look at. It could be that you have to give up a lot. I don't know how it was set up.
That's one thing, when I've asked that question, I believe that, and that's the way I understand it, that the chamber does own that.
It would be their trademark.
Mm-hmm.
And that takes us back to the beginning, is what is the CBB here? Is it a chamber CBB, or is it an independent 501c3? And I think that answers that.
Yeah.
They're claiming ownership of everything attached to it, and that answers that. So
As they started it, is from what I understand, right? That whatever you're admitting.
I think that while they may have been the entity that housed and facilitated, it was always paid for by.
Right. No, we funded it, but that's That's kind of
Yeah,
how
so it's
it's,
a function of,
Yeah.
has been considered a function of. So with Danielle then, how do we progress with the bylaws? Does our attorney, do they draft bylaws for review? How does that chicken and egg work?
I think from the chicken and egg standpoint, Mark, having had extensive background with different organizations, has a number of templates, and I would like for Mark to work very closely with Danielle in drafting a set of bylaws. And I think we need to test these bylaws with council as they're developed at the April work session and then again at the May work session to make sure that we are where you all want us to be in order to formally consider these in June.
then how will that work with the state? Once the bylaws then of taking those to the state for the DMO?
From my conversations with marketing, with their grants administrator from their marketing program, it's who we designate essentially as the taxing authority.
Okay.
Just let them know. It did not seem to be an overly burdensome process.
Okay. Whoever we decide that is, then. that's-
And I think they'll be less concerned
the-
about bylaws and more concerned about who's writing the matching check.
Right.
Again, this isn't going to be a city department. This is going to be a 501c6. But as the taxing authority, we need to advise where our DMO is situated.
Right. Okay.
So that takes us to our different investment options and funding models. So you talked a little bit about the 64% in some instances, the 25% for Williamson County. Right now, I know that you were instrumental in establishing the 40%. So is this?
I think what I would suggest to
Yeah.
kind of get us off in this conversation,
Right.
And budgetarily, we still have obviously conversations to go to,
Right.
but historically, prior to this year, or prior to the last couple of years, we have committed 50% of our lodging tax, up to $200,000, to the DMO. And that made it performance-based, very much to your point that you brought up last year. We only got away from that, I guess, in 2019, fiscal 19 or fiscal 20. No, I guess it was fiscal 20, I guess was the first time we deviated from that for about a 3-year period. So I would suggest that we use that same 50% formula in funding this new model. And then as we get into the bylaws, to Mark's point, I think you always leave an opportunity for entry for another government entity, preferably at some point. That's the city of Bristol, Virginia. And we craft some word in there, some language in there, though, and it may not be a percentage in their situation. 50% of our occupancy tax and 50% of their occupancy tax are two significantly different numbers. But it may be some wording that would acknowledge contributing a similar volume of funding or similar amount of funding. But I think you do need to recognize. I think one of the things that both governing bodies have struggled with over the last 5 years, that at least from my perception, is a lack of representation as to how the program moves forward, the plan of work for that day, and their return on investment. I think when you're in an independent oversight board and you have members from that funding partner sitting on those boards, they are better able to come back to the collective board and articulate how those occupancy tax dollars are being spent. And so I think the same thing in acknowledging Bristol, Virginia. You always leave that door open, and you leave a couple of seats there. If the number turns out to be 11, and you do recruit seats from the hospitality industry on both sides of town, I think personally, I think you want a couple of seats for city council on that board. That's my personal opinion, so that those two members can come back and report back to the collective 5. I would say that you extend that same representation to Bristol, Virginia, if at some point in the future they come into the organization.
And you may put a seat for Bristol from the start, even if they're not a funding partner. It's there. We did that with Brentwood. I think it was beneficial, even though they never came on board completely. The challenge that happened there was the council member that came was on board, but didn't have the remainder of the council, enough to convince the rest. But I think it's important that they know what you're doing and they see how the organization functions with accountability.
But isn't it also, when you're talking about percentages, even if it's 100% and the amount of, in our case, of what were we predicting? What was last year?
Last year was COVID year. 385 was the year before, which is probably a better.
So
It's down.
385. But 385.
And your question, I'm sorry.
Of running this, is there for a city our size of what we are talking about doing, do you have in mind as far as what the minimum is going to be needed of a budget to make this successful, of hiring a director, and not only for those expenses, but you've got other, and actually of doing the marketing?
Yeah. A couple of things. I've seen some miracles done with very small budgets, $100,000 budgets, and people do tremendous. But in that, you're looking at the dynamics of probably whoever the leader is, the director, the CEO of the organization. And to recruit an organization or a leader into an organization that has a smaller budget, they're going to want to see the potential to make it grow. So if you've set that up, then a smaller budget shouldn't be a deterrent for getting a really good leader. If they see they can get in and do the right thing and grow it. And that's why I'm a big proponent of set a percentage that you're going to give, and then they make the business happen to come. And they're going to engage the community because they're going to want to grow the partners that are here. I don't think 385, I don't think that should be a stumbling block for creating this. And I wouldn't look at it as a reason to stay under the chamber either. I don't think those dollars are too small. I think it's a fair investment. Show that potential.
When you're looking at this, it's going to take a few years before you can really see what is happening and if this is working or not. We don't know. I would think that there would have to be some type of a minimum or a guarantee. I know the fact of doing it based on the percentages, but of some type of guarantee for the first 3 years of this getting off the ground.
And I think there is the opportunity for somebody coming on board to look for ways to leverage those dollars and turn every dollar that the city is investing into $2. So they should be taking 10,000 and saying, who can do a program? Okay, you come up with 10, we'll put in 10, we've got a $20,000 program, and then you've just doubled your marketing dollars. And that really should be much of the effort in terms of a non-membership but a partnership based, is finding ways to pool those dollars and make every dollar that the organization, the DMO gets, double in its marketing impact.
Something that could be considered, good news, bad news is that we've had COVID. That's the bad news. The good news is, good news, bad news, depending on how you look at it, regardless, the federal government is allocating all of this money into the local municipalities. I know We're fiscal conservatives, and I support that 100%. But if you've got money that's coming, and you know it's coming, then it may be something to consider that rather than just relying on the lodging tax specifically, that you let those monies that are designated, that are coming, we don't know yet, this is a bigger conversation, but there may be monies that would normally cover expenses here that we have covered using part of our occupancy tax and this, that, and the other. And it may be that we say for 3 years, we're going to dedicate X number of dollars with a cap off, realizing that we've got monies coming through America First and all this other that's going to help cover some of these ongoing expenses. So we've established a larger basis, and we say for 3 years, and the expectation is that it will grow to this, and then we're going to walk this percentage back at that point in time. That's putting adequate seed money to guarantee success in lift rather than putting it very stringently, if that makes sense. So we're going to use the money over here that we wouldn't normally have, and I understand that some of those monies are to be spent out to 2024, that there are outlying years for that. So you've got these monies over here to help take care of this so that you can give a larger percentage of your static monies here to provide the seed for the uplift of the DMO. And so, for example, in Greenville, South Carolina, the woman that's currently the director there, she came in with like a $50,000 budget, and she grew that DMO to being a multi-million-dollar budget today. If you go back and you look at Athens, Georgia, similar situation. If you go back and look at even like Charlottesville is not how it is its own entity, standalone entity, and it has lifted and grown substantially over the years. But I think it's important that we make sure that we've got the appropriate seed money to bring in the director of quality that we've talked about. And then to Mark's point, you've got all of the matching grant monies and fundings, and you just parlay that to its greatest degree, I would think. But I would hope that we would be open to the fact that since we've got this America First money coming that could help offset expenses for our ongoing expenses, that we could then take a look and determine exactly what it is that would give the greatest lift to the organization. It takes guts to do that, to step outside of the box.
I will say that I've seen more destination bottles of hand sanitizer, more destination with face masks that are imprinted, and that's because they're getting some of those dollars already because they're creating kind of safety for their communities through that. But, it may be an opportunity for you to, if you have to go with a new branding strategy, that may be part of how you get it out there, is that health and safety component of it.
Mark, I was just going to mention also, I'm assuming when you say that an entity, the destination market entity, if they're funded $1 from the from a city or municipality, they turn that into $2. And I'm assuming you're talking about grants and possibly getting private investment and that kind of thing. Are we in a tough position in order to get grants for the new entity? How do you think that may look? And as Vince said, having in essence 2 DMOs for Bristol, one for Virginia and one for Tennessee. And my second, well, I'll tell you what, I'll follow up with another question after you answer that. How's that?
Okay. I don't think the separation will hinder you in, especially in the state marketing agreements. In fact, what you're doing is a lot of everything is going to be a first-time initiative, which they're going to look at probably a little more favorably versus a repetitive event or a repetitive marketing effort. And so the fact that you're bringing all first-time marketing initiatives to the table should be helpful. And I don't know their decision-making process of how they award. I know they've got limited funds as well. The other part of that is the local destination marketing organization should be looking for new partners as well that are going to do something for the first time that needs just a little help that first year, but not to be underwritten for the administrative costs or the operational cost of whatever the entity is. Maybe it's a new festival, but leveraging the Bureau's dollars with the organizations in a 50-50 effort, in that way, making those dollars go further for the organization. So, and that should be tracked as well. That's a measurement that I would say gets tracked every year is, how many initiatives did the DMO help to market in a way that was a collaborative effort, and how much money did they generate for marketing for the community with the dollars that they were using. So if I had 10,000 and a festival puts up 10, and in essence, the DMO could say that they have assisted in getting $20,000 of marketing out there with $10,000.
I think one of the things that we have used as far as a funding model is what our lodging taxes are. And I think we've in general used the number of about $400,000, which is in hence a number that we have used to give to, we've called them nonprofits, but we've kind of lumped our tourism in with nonprofits. It's probably a good time for us to think about what is nonprofits and what is tourism and what those dollars are. And may think about, other nonprofits that aren't related to tourism that out of the general budget is one of the things that I think we should consider. And I do think that 50% of our lodging taxes on the front end of this is not enough. And I'm not sure that 64% of it is enough. I think we really need to be talking, if not 100% of it, the majority, a substantial majority of it to start out with over maybe a 3-year period, as was suggested a little while ago. So I'll just make that as a statement. But the next question I was going to ask you, Mark, was we have some unique circumstances in leveraging state monies that has really helped us in the retail end of things, pertaining to land and kind of an open model for really spurring other businesses besides retail, and I'm thinking about hotels. Have you seen other DMOs that have had somewhat of a focus in building out more product, more lodging opportunities, more hotels, and using incentives that are currently on the books in order to enlarge that?
Two things, and I'll go backwards on the questions, or the comments. But the first one, I think it's difficult for your existing hotel properties to see that there's a tax that they're collecting and remitting for you to be used to bring in competition. That's just a hard thing for them to swallow. And I can understand that. Now, if you're creating a hotel with a conference center, which there is no other competing entity, then that can be a little different. And I've seen communities do that where the funds go to pay for the conference center adjacent to a hotel with some kind of operating agreement. John Q. Hammond was famous for doing those for years. And so creating lodging tax for an incentive for more hotels is probably not a great way to approach it, because it tends to build some resentment with the existing properties. I do believe that the DMO has a responsibility to help with product development and take on that role of looking for product, whatever it may be, whether it's an attraction or retail or maybe a hotel, that's consistent with the brand of the destination and can help the destination as a whole. So I think that kind of recruitment that we used to lead for economic developers can be a role that a DMO can play in the tourism-specific world. And you can figure that out. Hopefully what you're doing, if you're taking 50% and putting it towards the DMO, then maybe that other 50% has a loose dedication towards recruiting additional tourism product. And that could take on a number of different forms. The other thing I would back up to say, we're talking about lumping everybody in, all nonprofits in together. And I think a city has a responsibility that things like food and shelter and some of those basic needs, just to keep the community's health alive and well. I look at those as things the city funds. I look at tourism as something the city invests in, because the money you put in is growing that. So it's the difference between putting your money under the mattress for safety and putting your money in the bank to get a little bit of the interest off of it to do more with it. And so I slip every once in a while, but I always try to say investment versus funding when I'm talking about the dollars that a municipality puts into it.
Makes total sense.
When we talk about leveraging our investment in the private sector, John, not to put you on the spot, but I know that you've had some meetings with some of our professional partners. Could you speak a little bit about that? About what your perceived reception has been from some of these?
Sure. I think everybody wants to see Bristol be successful. I think that's naturally the end goal. The folks who I've had interactions with, they tend to be the folks who their sole mission is charged with marketing their respective entity, whatever that may be. I think they are certainly of the work we're doing now to build, kind of supplement the efforts through the end of the year. They were very much appreciative of those efforts, and they understand the value in it. So I think there is going to be a receptiveness to any effort that we make to support our tourism industry, really probably now more than ever, because as you say, we're going to be dealing with some pent-up demand. And so there's really kind of a singular opportunity to capitalize on that. So I think there will be partners on board and will be willing to participate and to support that effort.
And to Chad's point, I agree. We have for several years talked about, I guess our perception, rightly or wrongly, is our reality, the need for even more hotels to offset, the year of COVID, not so much. And even the year before, we began to see our occupancy decline, but that was attributed to a lot of the camping situation, which we're hoping has hit its spot and will now increase. Tom, to that point, as far as economic development and this type of acquisition to our community hotels and this, that, and the other, is that a role for our economic development entity to play a part in collaboration with an executive director of this nature?
Oh, yeah, no doubt, because, part of our department's charge is creating assets in the community, and something like that, it ends up being an engine on its own, just, like what we're just speaking of as far as conventions and the ability to allow larger groups to come in, and then it's, becomes, part of the marketing of the entire, both sides of the street, because as Terry and I were even talking about, a lot of things that are in the county as well. So, having a pretty good cluster of hotels actually helps recruit large groups for multiple days. So yes, I would definitely fall into that.
I've got a quote, and it's just during this conversation of something that I just thought of. So what is your thought on, so when we're talking about this board, and we were going back and you had mentioned the BCMA, you had mentioned Discover Bristol. Those are both two entities that the city gives money to, or has in the past. We haven't done that this year, but that's given money to, that helps fund those entities would those still be of the fact that we are funding those entities? Would you still have those on the board? I don't have an opinion. I'm just asking the question something I just thought of.
Yes and no, I guess. What I would say, it probably depends on the depth and the impact of the organizations that are there. And, in Franklin, historic preservation was king. I mean, and we all saw how it was part of economic development. And so it was very important to have that person on the board for the Heritage Foundation. In other places, I don't know that that's as strong. So it just depends on the strength of both the person in charge and the strength of the organization as a whole. But it's definitely somebody that I would try to have at the table. Whether they're on the board or not, I'm not sure.
I guess, definitely having them at the table. But what I guess my thought is, would you see in some of those of being on the board the BCM, the museum is attracting tourism. Okay, so, but we've given money to that
Yeah, I wouldn't set that as a criteria. I think it's less
I
about
guess if
did
you're
you
looking
support.
if you're trying to get public and private dollars that you have even on the board of the fact of these two entities that we are giving dollars to, and then we are asking for others to come on. So I don't know.
I would say this is that because I sit with the on the BCM and BIB as well as in the past the CBB, and I would say this is that yes, we're giving money to the BCM, BIB, the Alphabet Group, and this, and to this entity, and what they have done in the past, when done correctly and done well, they can take, because like the BCM, I know they work diligently to raise revenues through grant monies and through all this, there are grant monies. And so they would take those monies, not just the money that the city has given, but they would take their revenue dollars, their marketing dollars, and they would leverage that with, like, Believe in Bristol, or they would leverage that when done correctly with an organization like this. And so what you've got is you've got a much greater return on the monies that the city is investing, because they're working across those entities' lines so that there is more money to use in collaboration. For example, like when Ken Burns came through, the state leveraged a lot of money in with the BCM, and then the CBB gave, like, I don't know, maybe it was like $5,000, and they put all that together to make a lift to that whole platform for Ken Burns to come in, which was huge. And so we had put money in. I would consider, that money was used through the BCM, because I think that budget was 75 plus going towards $100,000, and there's been a huge return because of Ken Burns. And so when there are special events like that, I would think that we would want that representation on board, but I'm not married to anything, for the collaboration of those marketing dollars. Because when you've got an organization where there's this free exchange back and forth and the collaboration of marketing dollars, the bay lifts all ships.
So what I understood Vince's question was, really, is it a conflict of interest or a problem? And I would remind us all that the entity is not ours, so that doesn't play into it. So we would be two representatives on that board, so that there probably no conflict no matter what, but definitely it's not our definition. So.
I think I would suggest to you all, with as large an influence as country music and the birthplace of country music has on our heritage and on our tourism, as an element of tourism in our community, I would think you would want to have someone on their board, and it might be their board chair or someone like that on there.
What I would say is, they may be strong players in the community, but could that relationship and that collaborativeness happen without them having a board seat? I think as you create a new entity, it's going to be very important for everybody on that board to be focused on just the mission of the DMO to start with, especially. So while yes, you want that information, you also have the potential that they're coming to guard their turf when they come to that board. So whoever you choose at the beginning, and maybe the board starts small and expands, or maybe the board, says this is what we're going to do after year 2 or whatever. But to start with, it's got to be laser focused on the success of the organization in the first year without any, what's in it for us or. And that's just from experience. I've seen a lot of the, when a board can get too big and have too much representation, then suddenly a board meeting of the CBB or the destination starts to be, well, she just spoke for 10 minutes about what they're doing, and she just spoke for 10, and so you've lost an hour of conversations about great things happening in the community, but totally unrelated to getting visitors in the door.
Like it is today.
That's a good point.
Yeah, one thing, Aaron, I guess we'll take pause for lunch.
If there are no more, I would say if there's any more questions, especially from Chad and Margaret that are dialed in there.
Yeah, one thing I want
I just know, check with Melanie Eisen because she's got a meeting following this, so she may need to go before we break for lunch.
I think she's okay.
Actually, I do. I have a meeting at 1.
Oh, okay.
But if it's I won't be.
Okay. Okay. All right. That's good. Well, Mayor?
Yeah, just one other quick thing. I know it was mentioned about how the state of Tennessee might view this as far as what we're doing possibly. But the thing to remember is that I don't think any tax dollars that state of Virginia raises are sent to Tennessee. So I think they're going to be supportive of what we're doing as a local Bristol, Tennessee. So I don't think there should be any concerns with that.
I think a letter stating what you're doing to the state of Virginia to say, we're still here. This isn't a turfy kind of move. It's, we still support the larger Bristol for visitors. It'd be worth letting the state of Virginia know that as well.
Yeah.
Good. Other questions for Mark? Mark, I appreciate it. And we'll have some further conversations and about the development of bylaws and the plan of work over the next couple of months.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I think in light of what Ms. Eisen said, I think she has some comments to make on the public health risk of smoking, and we'll do that in advance of your discussion regarding the proposed ordinance prohibiting smoking on public playgrounds and public facilities.
Thank you. Sorry, I have another meeting at 1, so I won't be too long, but I did want to come talk to you also. Take this off so you can hear me a little better. Thank you for inviting me, Bill. My name is Melanie Eisen. I'm the prevention coordinator for the Sullivan County Anti-Drug Coalition. And I have been asking the cities and the counties to take a look at a ordinance or resolution. The state was able to pass a law last year that playgrounds can be smoke-free legally, so that is a little bit of movement on our preemption laws that we have here in the state of Tennessee. So I wanted to bring that to our local municipalities to consider. Let's see, do we have a clicker or a slide to the thing? So I just wanted to tell you all a little bit why this is a great idea. We all know smoking is bad, but some of the statistics that we have here in Tennessee are still bad. Our smoking rate across the state is about 19% for adults. That's less for our youth, but still about, when you consider vaping, because this is just smoking combustible cigarettes. When we consider vaping, that's about the same for our young people. It's about 19%, unfortunately. The Sullivan County rates is a little bit higher than that. So we're at about 22% at this point for our adults. Still very high, I think. And if you look across the nation, smoking rates have gone down to about 9%. So we're quite higher than the rest of the nation. So 32.9% of the cancer deaths can be attributed directly to smoking. Here in Tennessee, we have approximately 11,000, a little bit over 11,000 each year of people who die just from smoking-related illnesses that can be directly related to that. At the coalition, we have a lot of funding, and we talk a lot about opioid overdose. And so we just got some statistics recently, the current information on overdose deaths from the state of Tennessee in 2019. This is the most current statistics we have is 2,089 deaths. So when you compare how many deaths to overdose and how much money we are spending to prevent those compared to smoking, there's still a big discrepancy there. So it's still a very important issue. The costs related to these illnesses are astronomical. Smoking-related illnesses in the states, across the United States, is $300 billion, $170 billion for direct medical care costs alone, and then $156 billion in lost productivity, $5.6 billion in lost productivity due to secondhand smoke exposure. So we're just talking about the parents having to stay home because their kids are sick, basically. Specifically in Tennessee, annual healthcare costs are $2.6 billion, sorry, that's a B. And Medicaid costs in Tennessee are $823.6 million related to tobacco use. Residents obviously feel quite a bit burdened from this at approximately a little over $1,000 per household to manage those costs. And our productivity loss in Tennessee is about $3.5 billion. So that's a lot of lost time to deal with these illnesses just related to tobacco use. We all know smoking is bad. I don't have to tell you. We've had lots of years to talk about it, but it does. I shared this quote at a business that I was doing a presentation for about quitting, that your chances of dying a slow and painful death are substantially increased with the continued use. And I was like, I hate to be that blunt, but that is the truth. The more and the longer that people smoke or use a tobacco product, the their chances are. I've seen lots of my friends' parents as they've aged, suffer really bad deaths. So it's important that we get folks to quit. But smoking and tobacco use and nicotine use, this particular bill does just include smoking and does not include vaping, and that was, from the state of Tennessee. So we are talking, but nicotine in any form does affect a lot of the health systems of the body. So. Exposure to secondhand smoke obviously is unhealthy. We are so lucky, and I think all of us here remember the changes that happened in the 90s when the restaurants went to smoke-free. We don't have to ask for smoking section or non-smoking anymore. And I mean, just think about that change and how it has substantially decreased our exposure to secondhand smoke. I think that's been one of the best public health things that's ever come about. But now we need to focus on our outdoor situations too, because, well, we are spending a lot more time outdoors right now, especially. Secondhand smoke facts, it is a mixture of gases and fine particulates in the air, and there's lots of chemicals that are in those particulates that can cause cancer. There was a Surgeon General's report that even a brief exposure to secondhand smoke may have adverse effects on the heart, respiratory systems, and that's increased in children who are exposed. We know that the closer you are to an outdoor smoker, the higher risk. What I tell kids is that if you can be at least 30 feet away, that is the closest you want to be to someone who is using a cigarette, but further away is better. And there was a 2009 coating study that is a marker of nicotine use, or if you smoke and you take your blood, you will show that marker, and it's a carcinogen too. But they did a study in 2009 that had different exposures. These exposures were longer, 6 hours, compared to a briefer exposure that you might have at a park playground. But it did show significant increases in this marker. And there's another physician whose name escapes me right now, a couple years ago, who did some research and is still continuing that research. She shows that the cardiovascular risks associated with smoking are seen in secondhand smoke exposure as early as just a few months old. So infants who are exposed to that secondhand smoke can already have like hardening of the artery type of situations that started. So these effects are quick and very harmful. Some of the other health effects we see in infants and children who are exposed, of course, is the risk of SIDS is very kind of common knowledge now. And that's because of the chemicals that are in these products affect the brain, the way it kind of regulates the children's breathing. And also there's, ear infections, respiratory symptoms, asthma is extremely common in children who are routinely exposed to secondhand smoke. And the more you encounter that, the more you're going to have those effects. So the main point that I do try to make, there is no safe exposure of secondhand smoke or vape. And so all of these things are definitely bad for the person who's using and for their children. And I don't need to tell you all probably this, why policies matter. But when we take a public health approach to these things, this may seem like a very small adjustment into the policies, but it is important that when we're talking about this socioeconomic ecological model, that those policies that can change the environment to help that individual make better choices, that's when we get some huge changes in our public health, in our overall health of our communities. So that's why, this one little small change, again, is very important to consider. So. And two, briefly, I just want to touch on some other resources that the Sullivan County Anti-Drug Coalition is providing. We've really, really grown. I've been with the coalition now a little over 6 years. We've gotten quite a few new grants here recently, last few years. And so not only are we doing primary drug prevention, which is my job mainly, and we do provide adverse childhood experiences or the Building Strong Brains training, trauma-informed care training. I do smoking cessation training for businesses, And then we are working with our law enforcement in Sullivan County has been doing the LEAD program, or Too Good for Drugs. And so we've been helping to provide the resources for them to get that curriculum. And they've been implementing that. And we hope that Bristol does the same thing now that they've all got SROs in the schools. So we also have our Ropes, who is our regional overdose prevention specialist. She provides Narcan and Narcan training and stigma reduction. And then we have our overdose response team, who those folks who have survived an overdose get referred to us and are helped to get to treatment and supported to stay in treatment and to continue on their way to becoming successful. And we also have a new grant just started in the last few months that those folks who are incarcerated are now able to work with us. And so when they are leaving jail, they can go right into treatment facilities and get that help that they need, so that they're not falling back into that bad pattern. So it's exciting stuff. There's lots and lots of things that we're working on, it's going on, but I do appreciate you all taking the time to think about this and this resolution or ordinance, whichever way you're all going with it. But yeah, so do you have any questions? Contact information in case you need.
Thank you.
Appreciate you all. Thank you so much for getting me in here. I'll let you get to lunch.
You want to take a break now, Mayor, and let everybody get an opportunity to
Take a break.
grab a box of lunch? And also, Mark is in the back. He has remained in the event you have any questions. If you want to get some one-on-one time, and we can 10 minutes or so.
Okay, we'll go ahead and call the meeting back to session. I guess the item for discussion is ordinance prohibiting smoking in public recreation facilities.
Yes, Mayor, and as you heard from Melanie Ison a short time ago, the hazards of secondhand smoke, and especially as it applies to children. I guess some of the things that we want to review with you is in 2020, the Tennessee General Assembly approved Public Chapter 529, which gave local governments the authority to prohibit smoking in public playgrounds, provided the prohibitions approved by two-thirds majority of the governing body. Chapter 529 does define playground as being an indoor or outdoor facility that's intended for recreational use by children and owned by the local government. So whatever we do here would also apply to a school playground type facility. It also defines smoking as a tobacco product, hemp product, or other drug or substance. It does not address, as Melanie indicated in her presentation, the legislation does not address vapor products. The ordinance also it prohibits smoking, or we believe that in addressing the definition that's in the Public Chapter 529, we believe that it would prohibit smoking. And this prohibition would apply to playgrounds, basketball courts, tennis courts, splash pads, swimming pools, youth league facilities, and so forth. Again, both within our Parks and Recreation Department as well as the school system. Danielle, do you want to? We need to do this by ordinance as opposed to resolutions, which county can do this by resolution. The city would need to do this by ordinance. Danielle, you want to speak to the ordinance?
The ordinance is basically just incorporating the definitions from state law, so it goes as far as state law will allow you to go, but obviously no further. So aside from that, I think Bill has really addressed everything you need to know. It's there if you want to take advantage of it.
Are there questions of staff?
Is there any downside?
Not that I can see.
And this would pertain to all sporting events, youth sporting events like a Buffalo League and.
It would. Like I said, it would apply to tennis courts. It would apply to our outdoor basketball, or indoor basketball courts, as we're seeing one. But it would also apply to splash pads. It would not apply to like a hiking trail or something like that at Steel Creek, or we don't believe it would. But those, the act does define playgrounds, and we believe that would, while our ordinance doesn't specifically apply to that, we believe under the language within the act, these are the types of public recreation facilities that would be appropriate for the prohibition.
And to answer another question, it's the facility itself, not what activity is going on there. So if we have a field that's intended for the use of children, but adults happen to be using it, that doesn't mean that smoking is permitted just because adults happen to be using it.
Right.
Is how I would look at this, because
The ordinance follows the field, not the activity.
exactly.
And essentially, we would post this. We would post this prohibition at these facilities. A violation would be just a citation in the municipal court. That's and then at that point, the judge would determine, have we interpreted it correctly or not? At that point. So, again, we have to do this by ordinance. So, and it does require 4 out of 5 votes, affirmative votes, to do that by 2/3 majority. So unless you felt differently, we would place this on our April 6th agenda.
I mean, I would like to see at some point in time that it's first to consider or have dialogue on just prohibiting tobacco in general. These playground areas, including snuff, chewing, because, people are speeding around, leaving everything around, and I just think it's something that needs to be thought about. Thank you.
I don't know that we would have the statutory authority granted to us by the General Assembly to go that far under this. Matter of fact, this act is just smoking. Yes, yeah.
Smoking in general, the General Assembly has kind of preempted the regulation of any tobacco products. So they keep that power to themselves, but they give cities small places where you guys can regulate directly.
It's like the guns.
Yeah.
That was a big deal.
Margaret or Chad, any comments there?
Sounds good to keep it moving.
Okay. All right. Okay. The next item then, if you're ready, Mayor.
Yep.
Okay. Deals with our goals and objectives. Where's our clicker? All right. Okay. All of you received in your interdepartmental mail late last week a copy of our goals and objectives for the fiscal 2022. As you're aware, this is an element of our budget process that we consider annually. It's built around those critical areas that council has indicated a commitment of resources, and that's economic development, public infrastructure, education, and public safety. There's about 200 goals in this program. I'm going to talk about perhaps 18 of them that I consider to be significant ones or things that I want to draw your attention to. Another piece of this is Tom kind of reworked the whole economic development piece of that this year, and I think it better defines his plan of work and for both Tom and Matt for the coming year, and will enable us to it's easy when we have a goal that says buy a police car. We know when we've done that. I think this the way Tom has structured the plan of work in this goals and objectives, it'll be easier to report back out the work that's been accomplished in that area. Okay, these are, and again, I'm going to run through about 18 of these, and certainly the document itself is much more detailed and a much larger volume of goals in there. So if you have questions for those, please let me know. And I've tried to, as you all participated in the work session last month, you gave me some guidance as to some things that you would like to see in there. Some of those you'll see in this presentation, some of those you don't, but if you have questions about them, about whether they made them in there and that kind of thing, please let me know. Certainly we've got the East Cedar Street project that is underway now, finally. Of course, the area of East Cedar Street from Florida to King College Road has been blocked off now for a couple of months and will be for a considerable time going forward. But once that's done, from a spatial standpoint, you're almost halfway through that project. So that's a nice level of accomplishment there. As is typical, we anticipate resurfacing approximately 14 lane miles of roads. Talk about funding, and I had this conversation with Vince yesterday. We do a combination of in-house paving and contractor paving. On a contractor side, we pay roughly $100 a ton. It takes about 810 tons per lane mile. So none of this is inexpensive. So we have committed in our State Street Aid Fund a little over $900,000 to this project, or to resurface these streets in the coming year. The next item on there is something that Tom and Tim have both visited with TDOT, and we need to continue to pursue this as a TDOT-driven project, and that's the extension of Pinnacle Parkway south past our Fire Station 5 and connecting into Island Road and Walnut Hill Road at that intersection. And when that's accomplished, we'll be able to really cul-de-sac Island Road. Island Road entering 11W is not a good situation. The turning movement there is not well accommodated by the existing configuration. And that's hopefully we can have that as a remedy as the first phase of that project from exit 74 to Bristol Motor Speedway.
What is the, how you get off of the interstate going, I guess, southwest, and come up into the flow of traffic like there on 11W. What will ever be done with that? That lane, it should come off of the interstate onto 11W going to the.
If you're coming south, if you're coming out of Virginia and into.
I mean, because I don't know what the
There-
traffic record is there,
Okay.
but it's a real short entrance
There
into
is.
that traffic.
And especially as you encounter Stevens Trail. And that section that you're talking about has been part of the conversations that Tom and Tim have had in Nashville with the TDOT office. The issue is I think we can address that, but TDOT would like to have Island Road terminated, the connection terminated to West State Street before they work on that. Problem you have, I think we'd all be eaten alive if we terminated Island Road intersection prior to having this phase done from Pinnacle Parkway around to Walnut Hill Road.
Right.
So it's to use the chicken and egg metaphor that we used just earlier. That's kind of where that conversation has been.
But the off ramp coming to Stevens Trail, when there's nothing planned to be done about that just yet. It's
part of the overall scope of that improvement. Again, what we would like to see is that addressed either in conjunction with the parkway, with the extension of Pinnacle Parkway. The concern is, and what has been a lot of the holdup in this really is TDOT is pretty adamant that Island Road be cul-de-sac right there, and we're in agreement with that. But when does that project phasing take place, and what's the orderly process of that? Okay. Also, and this is when we start talking about TDOT, VDOT, Bristol, and the two Bristols. One of the pieces, and this was also brought up in the study that our economic development team did with their downtown improvement study, is addressing this whole intersection, Volunteer Parkway, Commonwealth Avenue, the pedestrian access, probably white topping that intersection. And by that essentially you're turning it into a concrete surface rather than the asphalt that continues to stay in disrepair. But taking a look at that entire intersection of State Street, West State Street, Commonwealth, and Volunteer Parkway, and we've got to get that conversation started. But that's all that happens at this point is beginning to explore with the two states how we can bring state resources into this and what makes sense in terms of reconfiguring this. We talked earlier about bond proceeds. We don't know how some of the, we're getting $4.9 million of federal money coming forward. We don't know how we can spend that yet. And I think I've sent you all the same the only information that I have. I know Tara and I participated in an NLC update Zoom call Friday afternoon. It really didn't provide any more information than what is out there right now. So how can we use those dollars? We really don't know, but we do know that we have some fire apparatus that are mid-1990s. And they need to be, from a public safety standpoint, upgraded to newer equipment. Also, we've got solid waste equipment that about 10 years is about the life of one of our auto-loading solid waste trucks before we place it into a reserve fleet. And as you can imagine, the mechanized, the repetitive process that they go through on a four 10-hour shifts during the week. It takes 10 years is about all you're going to get out of that piece of equipment. Those are $250,000 piece of equipment. Now that doesn't come out of the general fund. That does come out of the solid waste fund in terms of the funding source. Those of you on the sewer oversight committee, both the mayor and the vice mayor heard this presentation last Monday. Regarding a preliminary engineering study of the replacement of the grit chamber and the very first part of the solids handling process at our wastewater treatment plant at the headworks of the plant. Now, The PER anticipates this project to be somewhere between 2.0 and $2.5 million. Now, we will not have to borrow for this. We have this money set aside in the wastewater treatment plant fund. But on your, one of the items on your agenda for April 6th will be an engineering design contract to engage CDM for the design of that project, and then hopefully by this time next year we are bidding that project to move forward.
But all of that money is already there.
It's already there. It's there for the use by this project, and then after this project we will need to address the dewatering equipment. And again, the equipment that you see there is mid-80s type equipment. Everything has a life, and the grit separation system and the belt filter presses that are part of the dewatering piece of our wastewater treatment plant, they're all beyond their design life at this point. Also, one of the things that we are advertising for now is for an architect to be retained to do the design for Station 2. Now, we won't award that contract until July after you all have approved the budget and said, yes, this is a project for 2022. But we do want to, if this does remain in the budget, then we do want to be able to get that design done by the end of the calendar year, get our bidding done over the winter months, so that as we come into March of 2022, we're ready to break ground on this project.
What's your thinking as to and I know we don't have plans or anything yet, but what would be a reasonable allocation of funds for this?
2.5.
2.5.
What was the last one?
It's a 3-bay, so it's more expensive, but it was more like 2.8, Tim, is that right? Station 5?
Yeah, all-in numbers around 3 million.
Okay.
Was what?
All-in number. In other words, access road and that type of thing in there.
It was 2.5?
No, it's closer to 3. 2.75 is probably the structure itself. 2.75, 2.8, if I remember correctly. Now, bear in mind, that was a 3-bay station, and this would not need to be. This, I think the 2-bay station here is adequate. With its proximity, with Station 5's proximity to interstate and the hazmat, so all of our hazmat equipment is there in one of those bays. But typically you would size this to handle an engine and an EMS unit response for that particular area. Other questions?
2.2, over 2?
2.5, yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, when you get your design done and your bidding, that's when you know the real number. Yeah. But yeah, from this point, that's what I think we're looking at. So, and I think I think Tim has tried to do some fact checking with I think didn't you talk with a local commercial contractor?
We looked at the last one, Fire Station 5, just the pure construction cost was around $250 a square foot or something in that neighborhood. This one, that was a 10,700 square foot facility. Based our price on 7,000 square foot facility for this one at $300 a foot. You get around about 2.1. But then you have engineering fee, architectural fees, and some things like that, furniture.
And are you thinking that the design would be similar to what was done with Station 5?
Lop off the 3rd bay and go with it. Use the same architectural features that were there, and that's an attractive station. It'd be an attractive representation of the city, on that corridor.
Are we pretty good on office space now in our Haynesfield facility? Have we added on here, or have we spread out any other office space? I know it's been pretty tight there.
And it remains so. One of the conversations that we've had, and it remains a conversation right now, is the potential of taking Old Station 2 and just letting that be an office or an administrative offices for our house. That way it doesn't have the heavy equipment and so forth in there. But it could accommodate, we believe it could accommodate strictly office space, and you may have that station that just becomes an administrative office area. Other questions? Okay, and it's, you know, we've talked about the Beaver Creek South Greenway project. Tim, how close is our internal engineering to completing the design? Are they there? They're there? Okay. All right, over the next couple of months, then we need to have a public meeting when we feel like it's safe to gather and walk this project through with the community. We've set aside about $150,000 in our capital budget for next year that would provide for the acquisition of right-of-way and for the design of, I think it's 3 creek crossings in this particular phasing of the project. Is it 2? Okay, and under a bridge. Okay. So, but the creek crossing themselves, while our engineers can do the trail design itself, creek crossing, that's it. Now you're getting into something structural in terms of the bridge, and we need a different skill set to do that. But as we get further into this, and we need to have our public meetings, and you all need to get public input into this. But you know, before we get further down the road, is this going to be a project or not?
And what's our timeline on making those decisions? I mean, because we've talked about this a long time. There's been discussion about land acquisition. There's been talk about, you know, would there have to be eminent domain? You know, what?
I think the phasing of this, and again, we needed to get our internal design of the trail so we can illustrate that to the public, so the public can come in and say, all right, this here's my property. This is how the trail specifically impacts. We also need that for the acquisition of the easements of the trail, because that becomes very specific. You know,
so are we as a council in on this? Are we still exploring this?
Well, what I would suggest is a presentation. Yeah, what I would suggest is a presentation to council, then a presentation to community, get community feedback, and then have those conversations.
So what's our timeline on that?
I think, you know, now that we have completed our design, it's a matter of setting it up. We would probably have something similar. We'd probably have it in this room, something similar to the types of meetings that we had with East Cedar Street, with East Cedar Street.
Well, I guess my point is, and so let's say that we have these meetings over the next couple of months and this, that, and the other. What is our first phase of implementation going to cost, and what's the timeline to do that?
I think the preliminary engineering report, and Terry refreshed my memory, from Bristol Motor Speedway up to Rooster Front. What was the estimated cost on that? Is it $3.4 million on that? Now, the initial phase of that would be from Bristol Motor Speedway north to the go-kart track to basically that area there across from or behind Avoca Christian Church and coming up to Volunteer Parkway there. That would be the initial phase.
So you would ride from Bristol Motor Speedway to the go-kart tracks, and then you would ride the parkway the rest of the way in?
No, you would actually go under the parkway using a dry tunnel, and then you would come out on the other side of the parkway and use the roadway to connect to Friendship Park. So it would really be Friendship Park to Bristol Motor Speedway would be the first section.
And the thinking of going that way rather than from Rooster Front to Friendship Park is, what was our thinking there?
Probably right away is our easements are probably more easily embraced. The campgrounds, what we believe, would see this as an amenity, and it would be a good opportunity to showcase the value of the trail system incrementally as we move forward. You know, again, the real value of this is when you get that trail completed to Rooster Front, you can really go from the track to the Wallace dealership. You know, downtown.
So we have these meetings. Let's say that we are in favor of this, because we know if we're not in favor of this, it goes nowhere. But let's say we have the meetings and we are in favor of this, or some semblance of this. So when do we actually begin, like,
I think you can begin securing easements across this property right away at that point. Then we get into the grant process. And I think there are 80-20 grants out there. So you can become as aggressive as the grants become successful in terms of
and are we already real familiar with those grants and their timeline? And
I think you're,
Well, they're basically, they roll every 2 years. There's 3 standard grants, and there's always others, but there's 3 standard grants. And they usually apply every other year and on opposite cycles. So we just have to get, but we can't do any of that until we have a.
I have it on
here. Required.
yeah, the easements have to be in hand.
So in this study, is there, okay, we know the initial cost, but what the cost is going to be maintaining it. And I would think that the way this trail is going, there's going to be some more remote areas of this trail. How are we going to police that? The fact that, one, I guess, making sure that we don't have people making homes there, camping out, and also for, just other safety issues of on this trail, of what the cost is going to be of that and how we're going to do that. Because I think that's, that needs to be included in the conversation. And I mean, are we going to have officers on bikes?
Asphalt surface.
It's all asphalt.
So the surface maintenance will not be as intense as, let's say, the creeper trail where you have it washed out, and,
right.
Those types of things. You've got an asphalt type surface on that. Now, in terms of policing, I mean, that's just that's just part. It's the same as we have anywhere, within our community. We've got trails now within our community,
right.
And if there are problems there, people call us.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have a bike patrol?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we have people that are on bikes. They're more around Steel Creek Park and those type of things. But to say we have a bike patrol that rides every day on there, no, we wouldn't do that. We would respond much like we do right now. If someone alerts us to an issue there, then that's how we would respond to it.
Right.
I'd say we send Terry out.
Well, I mean, from a day-to-day maintenance, for that, I mean, we put somebody on a four-wheeler to do Lakeside Trail and that section now. That person would just, instead of making a U-turn at Rooster Front, they would continue to go south. I mean, we have to empty trash cans and pick up, whatever. We do that, those sections. The greenways we have now, there's probably 3 different people that have sections of it, depending on what they're responsible. So, the day-to-day maintenance is somebody drives them. And for example, the section right now, a greenway that goes from Wallace to 17th Street, that's an alley. So the maintenance problem there, when we police at this time for release and stuff, I call Wes Ritchie. Wes Ritchie sends, so I mean, it's a collective group of people that take care of it.
But trash removal, litter removal, those types of things, that's an element of it.
And when you talk about grants that are 80-20, we are the
20.
Yep. And so just
200 to get you $1 million.
Yeah. So in talking about this, we've got the comprehensive trails plan. We'll have a presentation to staff, to the community. We know that it's going to cost somewhere around $3 million in total. The first phase will be from the track to Friendship Park. It's made of asphalt. It's 80-20. We're 20, they're 80, and it would be built over what period of time?
That's good. That'd be tied back to the grants. I mean, you can accelerate it if you want to write checks. You can accelerate it.
Our quickly 600,000.
It would be the 20,000. If you get $1 million grant, we're in for 200 of that. But you can time. My recommendation to you is you time it just like the Mendota Trail. You time it to available resources. But if you want to get aggressive with it, I mean, you can chart a very rapid time frame. But we're writing the checks then.
I understand the acquisition part of it and all, but I just think that, I mean, from the track to Friendship Park is like a short trail to nowhere. I mean, that's my thinking is if you're gonna go all the way to Roosterfront, why would you not go from Roosterfront to Friendship or wherever you're gonna go and have a longer, more continuous trail? And I get the acquisition and blah, blah, blah.
And you're trying to break it with where we think the grant allocations will fall. And I
But
think
that's still something we could
a
have a
$1 million grant.
conversation
If Terry had something out there and we end up getting a $3 million grant application, then you could do that. But I think most of those allocations are generally in the $1 million range, I think.
Yeah, around $1 million or less.
So that's how we phase it, like that. But again, we can accelerate it, but when we do that, we have more skin in that game at that point.
So we could also move forward with the engineering part of the next section as soon, like if we start on this one, right?
Yeah, internally. And again, the trail itself, we're doing that. It's when we need something structural that we would farm that piece out.
You mentioned the Mendota Trail and the Creeper Trail a minute ago. Sounds like there's some news information coming out about, trailhead coming into the downtown area. Do we know how that looks yet, and do we know how that maybe will work with us in our trail system?
I do not, Chad. I haven't had any conversations. I've heard some of the same things that you have, and yeah, wouldn't it be great to have a trail from Bristol Motor Speedway to Mendota, and that could happen over time. But I'm not as I know essentially what you just shared about the opportunity to bring that trail.
Hey Terry, have you heard anything about? I mean, have you had any discussions with anybody about the possibilities?
Well, they're looking at the feasibility. The problem is the closer they get to downtown, the less property is available. I mean, when you're talking greenways, it only takes one property to shut it down. So as they get closer to downtown, and that's what they're concerned right now, is there's not a clear path to connect to downtown.
Well, I think that, that's where we need to, as far as, I guess, of the engineering portion of it, of spending any more money or dollars on this, we need to have the public input, do that before.
We need to make a decision.
Yeah, and before, we spend.
No, absolutely. Especially before we spend anything other than in kind.
Right.
To contribute. Absolutely. Yeah. And again, as you all have talked, next steps of this is a community meeting. But I think really y'all need some form of a presentation and then have a community meeting and then get input. Yeah. I mean, if the community may tell you they don't want it. That may, so that's, you all need to gauge that interest. Right. Other questions on this? Okay, the next item deals with our automated meter reading system. The system that we currently use is no longer supported. Matter of fact, the company's out of business. So what we're talking about here, and this would be with water and sewer funds, not general funds, would be the incremental implementation as a 5-year implementation to replace the existing automated meter reading system. We're nearing the completion of our new middle school. We hope that will, I think all indications are this fall's class will start in the new middle school. So it's important, and I know I've had this conversation with several of you, if not all of you. It is important now to begin to have that conversation with our city school system, with our Board of Education, as to what are the next steps in this. We know from the school facility study that was completed 2018, I think now, Tim, that's about right. It identified the middle school as being the most significant need that the system had. but then it recommended several improvements. It recommended a little over $70 million worth of improvement in 2018 dollars. I think they had set aside in that about 34 million, 32 million, 34 million for the middle school. But they talked about the need to make significant improvements to the high school. The high school last had significant renovations in the early 1980s. And it also spoke to the other 4 elementary schools. Fairmount graded out very, very high, as you would expect it would be, since it's still a relatively new school, although it's probably been open now maybe 10 years.
Well, it rolls off in 2024.
Yeah. So it's been open for a while, but it was the only facility that was identified as having no needs in that. So it's time to have that conversation with the school system as next steps, and as the city is a funding element of those improvements. And I think you need to be having that conversation this summer as we move forward with identifying what the next steps are. And again, we've talked about it. You've got those 4 major things that you all have identified as important. School facilities hit both infrastructure and education, and so it's an important conversation to have.
Well, and I think we'd want to have that conversation before we got to the nuts and bolts of setting the tax rate, and to look at all of the different revenue streams. I know you and I have talked about seeing exactly what our year-over-year end receipts are for the city as far as sales tax revenues.
You've got that information.
Yeah, right. And so, and to take a look at that trending, and to see what we could determine even in a downturn year such as COVID, our bases we may be able to count on. I also think to look at additional potential revenue streams. Did you want to say anything about Viking Hall? Well, for Viking Hall, in the past, I know it's ironic that I'm the one saying any of this, but and I've apologized profusely for my behavior over a decade ago, but is to bring events back to Viking Hall. Where we got into crossroads was over scheduling, and with the new gym at the middle school being of the quality that it is, and so forth and so on. There has been an interest expressed in trying to see what it would take to renovate the remainder of renovation for Viking Hall, the seats, the chairs for down on the floor. Does it need new lighting? Does it need new sound? What exactly does it need? And to develop a revenue stream there in collaboration with the school system, and potentially even a third-party administrating firm entity that would secure in coordinating all of that. And I don't know, Danielle, you may know, but if we did something like that, could we put an educational contribution fee on the ticket, or would that be something that a third-party administrator could do? How could that be established so that we would have the sales tax revenues off of the ticketed events, and then we would have an automatic revenue stream into education that could, be used towards, defined programming or bricks and mortar.
I don't think you've got the statutory authority.
Yeah. We don't currently have that statutory authority, but if a third party did it, could the third party, as part of their ticket price, include an educational reservation fee?
They would just be saying, we charge X dollars for a ticket, and of that X dollars,
this goes to, so that could be written into an agreement between the city, the school system, and the third party administrating.
I don't see why that couldn't be done. I mean, that seems.
And that's why third party administration would be critical to pull in those educational revenue dollars. And so that, if we had a situation of bonded indebtedness to cover the cost of those renovations, then from the ticket cost, we would have to be guaranteed that. And then the third-party administration, they would want theirs, but theirs would be a pro forma sort of deal. and then the school system would then be compensated through the collected fee by the third party. And so this is all a whole lot. I've thrown it out there, but I think as the birthplace of country music, Bristol, Tennessee, it's important for us to continue that music legacy, and who better to benefit from it than the city through sales tax and the school system through an educational revenue that could be collected through a third-party administrator.
And what you're saying is renovate Viking Hall, is that
What I'm
something
saying is to continue the renovation. The bathrooms and everything are done, the floor is done. There have been a lot of improvements made to Viking Hall. What's left now are the seats that, I don't know, I'm not that person to know that, but that the seats could be renovated. We need new chairs for down on the floor, and all those other chairs could be used out and about in the public where they're not cared for as nicely as we would.
Probably a great conversation to have with the school system when you gather.
Well, I did talk with Dr. Tudor just to see, if she would be open to the conversation. And of course, she said that yes, she would be open to the conversation, that it would all come into the details of that. As Margaret likes to say, the devil is in the details. But there are, would it be a huge moneymaker? It may not be a huge moneymaker, but does it have the potential to be a return on investment to pay for the bonds? The big hook in all of this would be the third-party administrator that could collect the educational fee. Like if you've got, people pay unbelievable amounts of money, and plus it would generate additional revenue for an occupancy tax, sales tax, because people are going to eat and buy gas and shop downtown. And there's a market out there. And I would say because of my involvement on some other boards, I know there's a market out there, and I know there's a way to get this done. And I think we're leaving opportunity and money on the table if we really don't do a deep dive on this right now. We've talked about it, we've kicked it around. I know it's incredulous that I'm the one even saying this, Terry, isn't it? But I really think we need to look into this. And I think if you think, let's say that you didn't sell it out. Let's say that you had 5,000 seats and that you had on each ticket $3 for educational funds that would be collected by the third-party administrator for each performance. If I'm doing my math right, that's $15,000. You have 10 performances a year where you're collecting $15,000 for education. Now you've got $150,000. And $50,000 equals $1 million of bonded indebtedness. So now you've got $3 million to do something with. And that's just with 10 performances. And I know the devils are in the detail, but I'm going to tell you something. That's everywhere you go, everywhere that I have traveled, every ticket I have bought, there's a historic preservation fee on it. There's a usage fee on it. There's the local sales tax. There's the state sales tax. I mean, I just think it's something we really need to be in conversation about.
I think it's a good conversation to have with the school system because they are actually the ones that control the use of Viking Hall.
Right.
So I think it's something to bring up.
Right.
Well, it may also be determined that maybe if Viking Hall is not the entity to host those events, maybe we go back to our studies where we've looked into an event facility. And as you mentioned, a third party, but I think Viking Hall was built for that type of thing. So I think it's an excellent idea, and I like the way you presented that. The other thing we have to consider also too is really we can definitely look at events that have happened within the city, whether it be football games or racing, where that lodging tax spikes during that particular period of time. So if we have a multitude of events, 20 or 30 events like that, what does that do for our lodging taxes? So, and I'll also add to what Lee mentioned, and I think it's very important, rather than having these conversations about future facility need the school system in general, rather than having that in the summer, I think we're going to have to be having that more like in the spring, in a fairly short time period. I'm hoping, as maybe school lets out and COVID fears, subside, that we may be able to have that. Worst case scenario, do it in a Zoom format. But I think we really need to be talking with our Board of Education and all the administrative folks at the school system as well.
So
And
I'll
to be
just,
fair, Margaret, let me say this, to be fair, we've batted this around, talked about it, but Malin was the one that really kind of flipped my switch on this. So to Malin goes the credit.
so I'll just say that, I've been around a long time, and I served on the Viking Hall Board of Control for quite a few years. And the problems are, and if we look at this, we look at everything, but the problems were how much time shows took out of school time in the gym. And each program, each event, each concert or whatever would take 2 to 3 days where the school could not utilize the gym. And that really interfered with their sports programs. It interfered with their PE programs. Anyway, so just reckon, and the PE programs are within the school day with classes located there on Tennessee High campus. So just as we think about this, that just created huge conflict and huge problem that was when you look at how many events can you hold, also when schedulers are trying to schedule those events and there's lots of blackout times when other school events are happening, or basketball tournaments or whatever. And I know Lee's talked about, we now have Vance Middle School gym that's in great shape. So that can be part of the discussion too. But I just have real concerns. The other concerns I have are as we see what happens with casino and their event spaces coming online, whether an event facility that size, that able to attract those kinds of events is really the best project for us to pursue. So those are my concerns, but talking with school system is absolutely good.
It's a great conversation. And, the high school that I went to, we ran into a situation very similar to this. And what they did was they took some of the acquired revenues, and we all know that the community needs more gym space, more event space of that nature. They built an auxiliary gym. So I think it's a great conversation. I just wanted to throw that out there today.
Well, the other thing, if I could mention also too, is I think that the city council was presented an opportunity by the Paramount about backstopping some events that I believe would again create more lodging taxes, more sales tax, through our restaurants as well as through shopping opportunities. So I think we really need a real direction to go in some sort of facility. Now, maybe Viking Hall is not the facility, and I think we should really look at the model that we were talking about before as well. I mean, look at both of them, but look at, a new facility that, as you just mentioned, about multiple basketball or volleyball courts could be in this facility. It could be used in many different ways, and also to potentially create another lodging source similar to what a convention center would be, but in essence, it would be more of an event facility.
Yeah, a lot of this conversation got going is, how could we get into a lower cost event center space? And then we start kicking the Viking Hall thing around. We don't know as a city, I guess, how much money we have lost over the years, or could have had over the years, if we had had the continued concerts. And when you look around at what Freedom Hall does in some other areas, I mean,
Just being sure as we look at stuff, events themselves, I don't think that they made money. We were lucky to break even on a lot of the events. So what it creates in the community is something else, but that's part of looking at stuff too. Does it make money? Does it break even? Does it have to be subsidized? What's happening in other communities? How does that work, et cetera?
Well, that goes and laying out what the objective is. I mean, how you slice it up.
Okay. All right, let's see, I think the next was development implementation of this shuttle service that was talked about. And essentially, all this does this year is have our transportation planning staff explore with the Federal Transportation Administration, are there grant opportunities to create this? Now, our transit system is heavily subsidized. Matter of fact, we're generally, I think it's maybe 85% on capital. We get that from the federal government. Our operational costs are around 66% covered. So begin that process of exploring what potential grants are out there to allow us to expand our transit system to cover this, to cover a shuttle service that would, we already go from downtown to the Pinnacle anyway with our fixed route system. We don't go late in the evenings. We don't go on Saturdays and Sundays. We don't go on holidays. These are confined to our typical fixed route systems. But so this really does something different beyond our fixed route system. This is something that's going to be more conducive to tourists that would come into our community that could avail themselves of all three locations.
I'm with Chad on this. Let's see if we can partner with BTS and work on that electric, maybe not self-driving to start with, but an electric shuttle.
Well, and I see this as gross motor skills, and this to the Pinnacle and weekends and Saturdays, but I sure do wish that we could come up with some kind of a little scoot around system downtown, picking people up in outlying areas for parking and this, that, and the other to bring them down to State Street to drop off. And I don't think it would have to be something huge and, like a trolley, just a novelty that just runs a regular route and picks people up and drops people off. I think it would be extremely well received. It doesn't have to cost a fortune. The front end of it could look like a train or something, and just scoot around downtown to help move people that maybe don't walk as well as they used to myself.
All right. Any other questions on this? Okay. I think the next item deals, and this is something that Tom will continue to pursue regarding just the overall growth of the downtown and the recommendations that came out of that downtown study. Some of that had to do with crosswalks, some had to do with enhancing our decorative lighting system, some had to do with certainly the use of the 712 or 714 project and that advancing forward. But there were several strategies that were detailed in that, and this is trying to track forward on some of those recommendations.
Let me ask a question real quick, because I know that there have been some that have asked about this. What about decorative lighting for the holidays? Have we ever talked about what it would be to decorate downtown with more decorative lighting specific to Christmas or the holidays? Have we talked about that at all?
We haven't. We can only spend $1 one time.
I know, but here's the thing is that when you talk about tourism and bringing people downtown in the off-season, so to speak, to generate interest, I know Franklin does a huge Christmas. They are a Christmas community, and they start the second weekend in November, and it goes through the first part of January, and they're covered up. They're just covered up with people all the time. And I get that they're near Nashville, but are there things that would not be cost prohibitive that we could do that would enhance downtown even more greatly? Something as I know that it's not free, but something like lighting, snowflakes. I'd like for us to think about it.
Why don't you bring that up at the VIB meeting? That would be a good catalyst to begin to beat that drum.
Makes a pitch to the city that they will facilitate like the
I do see this as an initiative that would come out of that kind of a group, because it really needs to cross state lines.
Okay.
From my perspective, that's a good place to start.
One side of the street lit up.
Yeah.
There might be, there's a lot of Main Street grants and different things like that. I could see that being a possibility for some grant funding. Also, whether, we do have a fantastic speedway and lights, whether there's anything to kind of draw people from there to downtown, and the same thing downtown to Speedway, some kind of overlapping, something that brings those two pieces together. So could be something.
That's a great idea. I'm writing it down.
Well, I think the other portion of that too is that when you have the speedway lights is in the evening, and would be the merchants downtown agreeing to stay open that's, you could have it lit up like Las Vegas, but if the merchants weren't open, then it wouldn't.
You need to do that year round.
So,
well, this is
thought to add to your.
So this is good information, because we've talked about the need for merchants to stay open later. And if we're going to move ourselves into being a tourism destination downtown and all that means, you look now and there are patrons constantly walking up and down State Street at 7 o'clock and nothing's open but the restaurants. And I would be willing to bet you that there are people walking up and down State Street that would leave some money in some of those shops if they were still open.
So just, if y'all didn't see, just to put in a plug, and also just with COVID, people had to be creative, and Theater Bristol had live window displays with Santa was there during advertised times, and elves, etc., which was pretty cool for a downtown attraction during the holidays.
The next two items deal with coming out of Tom Shop, but one of the things the city really has never done is try to get actively involved in retail recruitment. And there's a reason over the last 7 or 8 years we haven't. We didn't want to compete with our developer that's been doing the retail recruitment to the pinnacle. But I do think now, and there are, y'all have been to National League of Cities conferences and so forth. There are consultants that will assist the city in moving forward with trying to attract franchises that aren't currently here. Now, again, you know these, from your experiences that the relocation decisions are made largely in terms of population, per capita income, and those types of issues. But I think a consultant will help us understand the right market for us to be recruiting. So I think in partnership with our economic development team, our IDB, and Tom, our economic development staff, we need to begin to make inroads. We have a volunteer parkway study that this could assist in trying to create opportunities and for development along Volunteer Parkway. Also, there's not a lot of developable land left in this Chapter 420 area. I think 2027 is the runway for extension to receive the incentive for new development in that area. I think it's 2027.
Well, that's the investment period.
Yeah.
But then the third
Right.
period, and it may actually be extended.
I'm just talking about the initial investment right now, but I think that's through 2027. We can still pitch that. You're right. There's legislation out there pending that would extend that 30-year runway another 5 years also. But that's not done as I understand it yet.
Not yet, but it's not dead,
But again, we've got opportunity in that Chapter 420 area to recruit on some available space. You know, I think of the college as being a prime site. That could redevelop into something else. And of course, certainly, you know, Steve is going to focus on the Pinnacle footprint itself. And then we have other developers out there. The whole Center Point, the 74 development, that area is still ripe for 420 type assistance there. And with some of the products that they are talking about offering there, like hotels and so forth, there's a sales tax increment associated with that would make that attractive. You know, we've and I think we've got, and we can report this out we're not at March 31st yet, but I think we've had 14, is that correct, Tim? 14 taps that were sold for residential development through our initial quarterly tap fee holiday piece on that. So these are things that we need to continue to look at. But how do we continue to have dialogue and seek participation with residential developers in our community? How do we continue to market our community as being a developer oriented for residential properties?
So wait a minute. So for that incentive, that's to sunset March 31st, or?
And we'll report out during your meeting on the 6th under the comment section at the end, the final total. Again, I think we've 14 have been purchased. Most of those have been in the Fox Meadow subdivision off of Beaver Creek Road.
So when do we look at using it again or extending it or whatever?
That's up to council.
Well, we're coming into prime building season. Why would we not extend it for an additional period of time? What about that? What are we gonna do?
I had somebody just talk about it being a pretty short period of time for developers to get interest, to find their, you know, unless they already had stuff in the works, it was pretty short turnaround time for a developer.
Again, that's up to you all.
Chad, what do you think?
I would move that we extend it to the end of the year.
Well, there you go.
I would think at least like we could move it out 6 months and evaluate in 3 months where it is, and then push it out further again, rather than putting it all the way out initially, maybe.
Your initial was for a 3-month assessment. We told you we would report back at the end of 3 months. This is a week early on that, but you just give us some direction. If you want to 3 more months, we can do that, and we can report back at the end of that period.
I think we should. I mean, it's not costing us anything really to do it. People are not signing up or developing anyway. It's not costing anything, but hopefully they will.
I would say go 6 months, but evaluate right now, and then evaluate again in 3 more months and see whether we want to leave it 3 months out from that or whether it should be pushed out again.
I just think that by giving it through the entire year, you give a developer more time to think about it. 6 months versus 9 months is not that much difference. We need to get some traction going with it, and I think it's just going to allow us to further give time to developers to plan and for us to market it.
I could support going to the end of the year.
Okay. All right. Okay.
How are we marketing that, Bill? Are we like
I guess the last discussion we had was in December, notifying everyone that we're aware of in the Tri-Cities that does residential construction. And in matter of fact, we invited them here to this meeting. I know Vice Mayor Turner and Mayor Luttrell were here. I don't remember if anybody else came. I think Councilwoman Fire Robin came. I think, didn't you, Margaret, at the end of that meeting? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, so, but that's how we're doing that. And you know, every 6 months we have had one of these. If you recall, we had last summer at Steel Creek, we had a gathering that talked about things that we could do, and we asked for input from contractors as to what are the obstacles that you see here. And then over the next several months, we amended various building codes. We're still in the process of amending our zoning ordinance to allow, just last month, you all had second reading on the B3 to allow multifamily use by right and to lessen setback restrictions and to increase density. So it's been an incremental process all along to do this. So, you know, I think the thing that we've talked about, and I know Chad mentioned this during the goals and objectives session in February, maybe we put together a staff team that does individual contacts, you know, throughout the building community, and just continue to further strengthen the recruitment effort. Other questions?
I'll just also mention on that same note that we're 5 council members. We need to get information out into the public as much as we possibly can, funnel those folks into our staff and you know, let them talk about it. So we all know quite a few folks that are in the building industry. And I don't think it hurts for us to pick up the telephone call and say, hey, listen, we're extending this tax holiday on tap fees. And so, you know, you need to take advantage of it and look at it very heavily. But thank you for mentioning that, Bill.
All right. Under Bristol Housing, certainly we still have, we've got a couple of things going with Bristol Housing now and an additional goal. But certainly we have the traditional redevelopment districts that we've always had that were more commercial driven in terms of the redevelopment of those areas. But now we've added to that the property across from Bristol Motor Speedway, as well as the Boer Road property, and they continue to evaluate what we were I guess recall as the old Weed and Seed footprint as a third redevelopment district that's specific to housing. Well, yeah, somewhat specific to housing. But also, if you recall, Steve Cyphers came before you back when we were doing everything virtually, probably late last spring or summer, and he talked about different HUD initiatives that they are trying to advance with various housing authorities. So as Bristol Housing begins to evaluate, do they take advantage of some of the new models that HUD is offering? How do we help and facilitate with that discussion? Now, this would be a goal of theirs, not necessarily a goal of ours to expedite that project, but how do we assist both their staff as well as their board in developing the new vision for Bristol Housing and their strategic plan for moving forward.
Just to add in on that, in the nonprofit community, in the housing community, in the homelessness community, we in Bristol have had a shortage of transitional housing. That's where people still need services. They're not on their own 2 feet either again or some for the first time, and need case management support and other folks working with them to get them there. And Bristol, Tennessee, nor Virginia, really our whole community doesn't have much in the way of transitional housing. So hopefully some of that will be helpful with seeing what we can do. It was already bad, but during COVID, it is huge. There are 40 some odd people or families in motels displaced with COVID that some of them are ready to move to transitional housing, and there just isn't housing available. Also, we're really short on the next level of housing for people to go to for more traditional independent housing. So, and y'all know we're short on housing across the board. So, anyway, just FYI, anything we can do, and even though it's not under us, it's part of our community and it's community needs. So we absolutely want to be well informed and do what we can to support. Thanks.
Other comments?
I got an email yesterday or today about this very thing and about how in this new tranche of money, there should be some funding at the municipal level or some opportunity for funding at the municipal level for transition, some type of transitional housing. So it'll be interesting to see what's in all this money that is coming.
Other comments?
Speaking of the transitional money, just throw this out there since it came up. Is there any concern or risk of losing anything from the state since the federal government's going to be pushing all this money in?
What, not that I'm aware of, is the short answer, I guess, to that. The governor's local support grant is still in their budget, as I understand it, and that was part of our funding for the current fiscal year we're in. I haven't heard anything to make us believe that that would not be a part of the governor's budget this coming fiscal year. It's a good program. It is perhaps a little more flexible, maybe at least on what we know now. It may be a little more flexible than what this latest tranche of funding from the federal government may be, but we don't know what we don't know on how to use the other money.
There was some general conversation about it this morning in the legislative calls.
Yeah.
So we need to keep our ears open.
Yeah, well, and that could happen. Like I said, the biggest single piece of this, other than what we normally have, I mean, like state shared sales tax, that's codified. I mean, that's so I don't now they can change the rules and do that. They can do that, but those types of revenue shares are structured already. The governor's local support grant could go away, but I've got to believe that once you get out there and you make that public and all of that information is made available to the localities, it's harder to take it back, at that point. So like I said, we are counting on it for rolling stock next fiscal year, as we did this year. Okay. Certainly, this goal stays out there, but we have a lot of vacant and underutilized properties. The old Rosemont is the one that pops to mind, but not far from here, the old Mitchell Powers warehouse. I mean, there's a number of properties that are underutilized in our community right now. The Exide building, there is another goal on here that's specific to Exide, but we have vacant buildings, underutilized buildings that certainly is an element of Tom's plan of work to try to find a higher and best use in terms of repurposing them. Partnership part two, I think any assistance that our economic development staff or our engineering staff can provide to networks to advance that rail served site is an important piece for developing the industrial product within our community. Certainly monitoring the 714. I think we're probably closing on that property within the next month. We hope on that property, and they'll have everything lined up to be able to move forward with that. This is an important reminder of a groundbreaking in the morning that all of you have received an invitation to at 10 a.m. in Bristol Business Park off of 394, the groundbreaking for the second pad-ready site. And that the site that's there now is close to 50 acres, isn't it?
Yeah,
the flat site.
Total, it's a 35-acre pad, but entirety of the site is about 50 acres.
And that's the largest, to my knowledge, that's the largest flat tract of developable product in Sullivan County right now. And then this will start the second piece of that. So everybody, if it's not on your calendars, please place that on your calendars for tomorrow morning. I mentioned Exide a while ago. Of course, I think most of you are aware Exide's in bankruptcy. The property's been turned over to a trustee. Much like many types of industries, once a certain product has been manufactured there, it limits the use of that building for other non-consistent uses to how it was previously utilized. So, but certainly Tom continues to remain in touch with the bankruptcy trustee, and hopefully we see that repurposed in a positive way in the future. We've done internally we did the master plan for West State Street, and we could probably do a master plan for Volunteer Parkway. We've also done this corridor study internally out to the 5 Point intersection from here. We need to take this further and look at grant opportunities to come back and do streetscape improvements from that Euclid Gate City Highway intersection back east toward to the Volunteer Parkway Commonwealth intersection. And if you remember, this was an element of the downtown study as far as improving just that entry corridor as part of that. So are there grant opportunities out there that can come in and begin to do some design for us to improve the appearance of that area? And we've got a system that we'll need to participate with as part of that process also. I mentioned earlier, just implement this housing market recruitment team that was discussed at our February work session to hopefully recruit businesses that are ready to build single-family construction within our corporate limits. We'll hear a report later on the Bristol is Ready community, but in partnership with BTS, continued that effort moving forward. We've talked about the destination marketing effort, but we've got a lot of work to do between now and July, and then that board's got a lot of work to do from July moving forward, and they're going to need staff assistance in putting that entity together, providing support for that entity, recruitment of an executive director, and so forth. We'll continue the sidewalk replacement program in Fairmount areas to be addressed next year with our CDBG block grant funds, Pennsylvania Avenue from Linwood to Maple Street. Also coordinate the design and commence acquisition of right-of-way. A lot of this is dependent upon the pace of TDOT, as many of our goals have been where we're using TDOT funding assistance. It's really on their pace, but they've been a little bit more expeditious in implementing sidewalk programs than they have programs like East Cedar, for example. Okay, this is a project, and hopefully this has been a project that's been going on for probably a dozen years now. Older areas of town, the Fairmount areas particularly, undersized fire mains, and we have over the last decade, over the last dozen years, with our in-house crews, replace those with larger diameter water mains, providing a more enhanced fire protection and more in line with the municipal level fire inspection. As you can see from this page, the project areas that are to be addressed next year. And if we can remain on target there, that should finish us up. This is the one, and I know Councilwoman Powers, you brought this up at the last meeting, and you've talked about this. This is something that we really need a third party to look at. And if you all, and just bear in mind, as I said earlier, we're going to spend $1 one time. We've got a bunch of competing needs here. If you all want to do this, if this is something that you all are committed to, then we need to bring in a consultant to help define what that facility looks like, how many if you look at, we've got a study that looked at aquatic facility. The 90% of that study was focused on an outdoor facility. It did talk about an indoor aquatic facility and gave a brief number for that. But the type of facility that I think you're talking about when you have an indoor swimming facility, you have an indoor facility that all under this one umbrella that can accommodate tournaments, it can accommodate classroom space, that can accommodate senior programs. You're talking about the cost of an elementary school or more to do this. So we can go that route. We're going to have to spend some money, to do that. But and you're probably talking about, I don't know, what did our pool study cost? Is it 35, something, 25, 35, something like that?
35.
Well, I think of what you brought up. I mean, we are, now since you brought it up earlier, we already have this.
We have a lot of this.
Viking Hall.
Well,
It's.
I would add to that. I've been involved in the concept and what's going on. Knowing the amount of sports and the amount of use of that facility, if you ever want to consider going into a concert, there's going to have to be another facility that those activities. That was the core root of the issue with Viking Hall. You got wrestling and volleyball, and there's so many activities. And then you tell them they got to leave for 2 days to set up for a concert. They've got to have a place to go. So, these two, one don't replace the other. They really go hand in hand if you have an idea to use that facility.
Well, and if we look at like car dealerships, let's look at Ross, for instance. And they have Subaru, they have, what are they again? Subaru and Kia and Volkswagen. And there's a reason why they've got 3 dealerships under one roof. It's because they've got common walls. They just each have to have their own entrance. They've got a shop that services all 3. They've just got the different bays accordingly. And so I think, we are to the point, and, I'll play my record one more time. Every community in the region surrounding ours has this, or has something of this capacity. Mary's Meadow in Abingdon, beautiful as it was historical, but it's been turned into a multi-sports complex, or is being turned into one. They've built several hotels in the past 18 months. There's a course of action to address what is trending across our country. And, yes, it's a big lift, but our community has come so far, and we're to the point that this very well could be a game changer in providing amenities, along with several of the other things that we've talked about today. And, we have an opportune moment to consider all of this. We have a ballpark figure of what an outdoor pool would cost, but we know that all of these different things, basketball, volleyball, pickleball, they are all quality of life issues. They speak to a healthy community. They are a revenue stream because of tournament play. They contribute to our occupancy tax and our sales tax in restaurants, as well as amenities, shopping, and everything else. So I see this as the potential to be an economic engine in our community, and it's multi-layered. And yes, I think we need to figure out how we can do this without it all being placed on the backs of our property owners. What kind of grants are there? What kind of revenue streams through participation could be used? What kind of tournament play revenues could be generated? Yes, this would cost a lot, but there are revenue streams to be developed. And it's just like with the DMO. Is it going to happen in the first year? No, it's not. But it could come to the point where there is a good bit of sustainability through the different revenue streams. And I just think, if not now, when are we going to look at this? When are we, Johnson City, Kingsport, Abingdon, they all have these types of facilities. We're the only one that doesn't at this juncture. And when are we gonna do this? Or are we just not, just, you know? I think learning how to swim is really important. It's a life skill. And we live on one of the most beautiful lakes and rivers anywhere, but we don't provide an opportunity for our children to really learn how to swim now. And Haynesville Pool, you can't even call Haynesville Pool a pool anymore. I mean, we can all slap some more lipstick on that, but it's still not a pool. And you talk about a fire station that reflects the community. Well, I think that's great. But, and so we've got Haynesville Pool. Does that reflect our community? I mean, really? We don't have.
Well, we do have 2 other pools also.
But you have to be members. And you pay a nominal fee to go to Haynesville.
Right.
The bathrooms over there look like something out of third world Mexico. I mean, I didn't say that, but out of a third world country. It's awful. It's disgraceful. And, you know, this is what we're saying. This is who we are. I mean, that same analogy can be applied to a lot of different things in our community.
What's the consensus? Do we, you know, it's in there. What we need to know from you all is, do we budget about 35 for a study?
Can we wait on this? I think seeing again what our school system, I think that's fascinating to think about what we do already have. Again, another issue with Viking Hall use is that we didn't have before is security, big changes in school security. But I think that's fascinating to think about whether that could be with improvements, et cetera, could that be considered for more with the auxiliary gym absolutely as part of any of those improvements, et cetera. So I think it'd be good to talk a little bit and then make some decisions.
That's good to do that, I think, as we develop the budget, because when we meet the next time in this format, we'll be making a budget presentation to you. So if this is going to be a part of our plan of work, we just need to know and have it funded for next year.
Just put an extra 100,000 in city council's discretionary that we can talk about.
My question also too is, could this facility also be that music facility as well? I mean, I know we're trying to like pile a bunch of stuff into one area, but you know, we're talking about an area. If you're talking about a facility that may house, 4 to 8 basketball courts and multiple volleyball courts that are indoor, I mean, what better facility could you not have that could host, a music venue as well? So, I mean, some outside the box thinking, this could really, be the answer for multiple uses, not just in sports.
So you want to know is how many of us are willing to go?
Yeah, I guess we're, one of the tough things when we ask y'all for goals and objectives, I can ask 5 different people and get 5 different goals. And I can build a budget around that and really not have the full support. And that's, we never take a vote on these things, but as it's a great idea. But if everybody is committed to, yes, we need to explore that, then that's fine. We'll make sure that we've got money in there to secure a study to do this.
It has to be at the will of the council, and my feelings won't be hurt if the other 4 say no. But we've talked about this, and we've talked about so many things. And is anybody else tired of just talking about this stuff? I mean, come on.
Well, the fact if you're talking about with the school needs, that I don't see any need of this of right now. I mean, I see could go along with it, but if you have the schools, you're looking at the cost of what it's going to build a school, then no, and then also how it's going to be paid for, and it is the community of the fact of having this facility that where they wouldn't have to pay to go in, is the taxpayers willing to pay? And that's the question, because that's where it's going to come from, off of the people that are paying taxes. So, that's of spending $35,000. I don't think for a study right now is that. That's my. I mean, if asking where I am on this.
Well, remember that we would be also, if we did the study, we'd also be trying to identify the different revenue streams that would support the study.
Yeah, I think in order for the city to grow and prosper, or continue to grow and prosper, right now we're very slow in a lot of ways. And we have to create those needs that's going to make that happen. I mean, it's not going to happen on their own. If we're wanting more people to come here, we've got to have a reason for them to want to come here. Just like, if we want people to come and work, we've got to have facilities for them to go to work in. And we've got a great plan going on now with all our industrial recruitment and development. So I could support a study.
Bill, could I ask you, is it the current study, or let's say the study that was finished, that was kind of pointed towards a convention center? In essence, that group that did that study said probably a convention center is not right for us, but they did say that an indoor music venue would be.
Yeah, I think probably a quick executive summary of that. You're absolutely right. The focus shifted very quickly from a convention center, because there's really a couple already in the Tri-Cities, to more of a study of an event facility. And it did talk about Viking Hall, and really its no longer presence in the market. It talked about Liberty. Is it Liberty Hall? What's it? Liberty Bell?
Liberty Bell.
Yeah.
Freedom Hall.
Yeah, Liberty Hall. And it's largely where ETSU plays basketball there now. And I think it is a concert venue, but it's not really meeting much of the market needs in terms of an event facility. That study did support an event facility in Bristol. Now, again, that was, much like the facility we're talking about here, or the study. It's a 35,000 foot type view of what are the economics, what's the market analysis, and so forth around that. If you'll remember, Chad, this was a jointly funded study that you're referring to from the IDB and Bristol Motor Speedway. And at that time, Bristol Motor Speedway was just exploring different possibilities as to how they might grow their campus and grow their presence in Bristol. They took the study, and nothing has really advanced, since then. But the study did conclude that an event facility could a well-managed event facility, and I think it gave maybe the number of seats and maybe 7,500 or something.
Yeah, about 10,000, because that's when they were talking about the NBA D leagues and some other things.
Exactly. But they did give us some size type facilities, and I think they even talked about it might be a publicly paid for facility but privately managed, and it was a pretty well done study, but it was done largely in context of would Bristol Motor Speedway utilize the results of that study to advance an event center? And at least up to this point, they have not chosen to do so.
So my question is this: can we look at a potential partnership with those entities you just mentioned, and maybe even include the Pinnacle? The folks on that end of town have expressed interest in an outdoor music type setup. Is there a possibility that we get a few partners to share the cost of that update, or is it best for us to start from fresh? I mean, we have that information, but a lot of that pointed in the same direction that we're talking about right now. An update to the current study, or does it need to be a fresh study? And can we have partners that may look at that with us and help in the $35,000 or $50,000 cost of it?
I think you always want to take a look at partners, and I know the Johnson study that was done on the event center, I think your point was well taken, in that local governments don't always manage those kinds of facilities particularly well. in there. So, yeah, I think there's always partnerships, Chad. But also, from my perspective, I sense we're talking about two different kinds of facilities. You know, and that's been spoken to a little bit today, in that we're trying to put a lot of things under one roof. You know, and if we're looking at an event facility, an indoor aquatic center, a facility where you can do basketball tournaments. Now, you could do that certainly in an event center, and volleyball tournaments you could do in there. But does the senior citizens type? And you know, I've heard all of these things as potential uses, and I think you're getting an awful big roof to get all of these in
Well, I
there.
think you talk to professionals and see what elements work well together in a facility.
I'm for, yes, let's put it in the budget, then we can talk more about what we think, and then learn what other.
That's really where I was trying to get to.
Put it in the budget, we can always use it for something else if we
We can
think.
move forward. Okay. Is that the consensus? Whatever. What she said, or what?
Whatever.
35,000 for the study, is that what she said?
Yeah, that's what, and that's, you know, that's, again, we just need some direction from council. And it's good to have goals, and y'all have great ideas, but we got to figure out to backstop it with how to implement those ideas. And you know, this your point's well taken, in that this is not a brick and mortar project next year. This is a study next year. This might not be a brick and mortar project for quite some time. May not be at all. But if we want to try to better understand the questions that are being asked, this is the next logical step.
Well, I think one thing that we really need to know, you know, because we're talking about tax rates and funding and revenue streams and this, that, and the other. That's why, you know, we've talked about it for a while. Is, you know, to ever be able to do this, we've got to know what it's going to cost. That's the bottom line. And how many pennies is that? And, you know, what are the revenue streams to support it? And it's complex, it's comprehensive, but other communities are doing this. So it must be possible to do it if other communities are doing it.
I just wanted to also mention one other thing that came to mind. I think a multi-use facility study, I think is something that we need to have the information. There's no doubt about that. You know, when you get into a pool, an indoor pool, an outdoor public pool, like we have, and you're talking about, you know, potentially a senior citizens multi-purpose type facility. You know, we have a pretty nice facility. We were able to use the Slater Center and did a good job in taking and repurposing that place. You know, does an outdoor, I'm not sold on an indoor aquatic facility per se. That's something that it gives me a lot of pause. But, you know, we know we need an outdoor pool. Is there a way of enhancing our current senior citizen and remodeling it, in essence, bring it into our current age? And, you know, for some folks, when you walk into the Slater Center, it's a little bit taking you back, you know, a few years, mainly the flooring, I think. And in many respects, it's very, very nice. At the outdoor, the windows outside, it looks pretty nice from the outside. Is there a way we can update that? The only reason I say a multi-purpose facility along with the senior center is, as Lee has mentioned, you could have multiple doors to go into the place, but if it makes sense, it makes sense. We have ideas of what we may see, and who knows what may have happened in other communities along these same lines. So I think put it in the budget for sure.
I think I hear a consensus that we should fund a study. Okay. All right, moving on. We do need to have, as an element of our work, this doesn't cost the city money. But as an element of our work for next fiscal year, we need to, as we move toward the elections being in November of 2022, that would then unless you do something kind of, I guess you could have the mayor appointed in July of 2022 to serve. Or however you all want to do that. But I think it's cleaner in the long run if you tie the selection of the mayor and vice mayor to the first business meeting once the newly sworn in governing body takes their seat. And that would be in January of 2023. So that will require a charter change. I do think if there are other things while you're, as I think Councilman Vice Mayor Turner has indicated, why you've got the door open, are there other things that you want to consider in terms of a charter change? And I know Danielle and staff can help you walk through that piece. I know we've had MTS assistants here to answer questions. I guess that was maybe a year ago regarding such things as term limits and just board of mayor alderman versus the current council type model and so forth. But if you're contemplating other changes, that's a good time to do it while you're dealing with this. So in any event, that will be part of the plan of work, and Danielle will take lead in that particular process. Also, the original bylaws, and I think Vice Mayor Turner serves on the library board. I think still, don't you?
I was.
Okay. Is it Margaret? Are you back on the Councilwoman Firearm? Are you back on the library board?
I'm back on the library board, and I was there when we first started talking about this too.
Okay, all right. So in any event, the original bylaws are 1964. And I think they were maybe amended at a time when the new library was built in 04, I guess. But I think it's appropriate for the governing bodies to go back in along with the library board and do a deep dive into just how applicable is the structure and address some of the issues that they have there, quite frankly. Okay, and that's it for those. If there's a couple of hundred goals in there. Some of them are metrics based on performance. Some of them are project driven and they're time sensitive. But this just highlights a few of those. And quite honestly, some of them that I needed some feedback from you all, and you all needed to have a conversation and provide us some direction with staff as we complete the development of a budget and a presentation to you all on the 4th Tuesday of April. So with that, the next item on the agenda, Mayor, I think is a report.
Hey, Bill, could I chime in one thing? Going back to the study for 1 second, I really want to emphasize that I would like to see us look for partners like in the Pinnacle, like the Speedway. And also, I would really like for the study to show funding and potential operations of the facility as well.
And I think that's that typically would be brought out, and like the event study, they did look at different models of operation in that, and I would think that this would come out with the same type of approach. Okay. We will get, you want to take about a 5-minute break? And we're at 10 to 3.
Take 5.
I don't think this will be a long presentation from High Roads, and that will conclude us.
Okay.
Okay, John?
All right. Do I go ahead and start, or am I?
So with us today, we have Matt Bolus and Lori Worley with the High Road Agency. As council will recall back at the end of last year, kind of leading into calendar 2021, we discussed the concept of developing a marketing initiative to work on recruiting people to our community, ideally permanent residents who have come to call Bristol their home. And this actually dovetailed perfectly with an ongoing partnership and ongoing discussions between the city and with BTES about those types of initiatives. The fruit of that has come to bear in the form of a marketing initiative surrounding community livability based on the branding of Bristol is Ready. Especially now in the time that folks are finding that they're at home and their work environments are starting to look kind of like the same place, where you go to work every day is not quite as important as where you live. And so with that, we work with our partners at the High Road Agency to develop a marketing campaign, really in several phases to address that need of wanting to reach out to those individuals. The first phase of that campaign was in the form of some television advertising. We identified some larger markets in the Southeast, like Nashville and Atlanta, as being some markets ripe for that type of message and for folks who might be interested in looking at Bristol as a destination to call home. And so today they're here to provide us an update on the performance of that campaign, specifically those TV advertisements in those markets. And give us some measures of how those have been performing thus far. So with that, I will turn it over to our friends at the High Road.
All right. Thank you, John. We appreciate it. It's been great working with John and also April Eads at Bristol, Tennessee Essential Services. We started plans about a year ago. And of course, the pandemic kind of pushed those aside, but then came up with something that's a little bit bolder, something that really does reach people in Nashville and Atlanta markets that were identified. So I just wanted to go over a little bit of just to see a snapshot of what's happening. And I can show you mostly television is what we're going to show you right now. This is in the past month, and I hope my screen is sharing correctly. But with Nashville cable television, so we're with 4 different places in television. We're in Nashville cable, Atlanta cable, we're doing broadcast Nashville and broadcast. So you can see when we're trying to reach that 25, 35, 25, 49, 18 to 25, those are the people we're trying to reach because we're trying to get individuals who are doing more remote working and those that are getting out of college. We're trying to get those young professionals and also those that in their 30s and 40s that their jobs are going to be more remote working. That is something that we've seen, and those trends are continuing even after the pandemic releases up. There are some savings for national companies, so anyone can choose where they want to work in some of these national companies, and that's why we're focused on those in Nashville and Atlanta, where the cost of living is better here. And so you can see some of the programming that it goes for. These are some of the channels that the commercial is running on. The streaming delivery, all of the commercials were delivered through that were placed on Nashville television. We have over 20,000 impressions. You can see the completed view. Your completed view percent is 92.38%. So about 92% of people are watching the commercial. So that's great. They just didn't skip away. That's a high number, and you can see the different demographics and channels that people are looking at, whether it's A&E, whether it's Black Entertainment, whether it's Lifetime, History Channel. You can see the different networks that they go on. We were able to be on more networks in Nashville because the cost is a little bit less to advertise in Nashville. Also, you'll see on the next page, we are reaching 59% of our target. So with our target reach, and what that really means is it's the number of people, number of viewers that have the opportunity to see the ad in the Nashville market. And so we're reaching about 69 or 59% of those with a 6.6 target frequency in the month, meaning they were served that ad almost 7 times. So that's why you see that cumulative reach and frequency as it moves up and continue to reach people in that market. And we're, of course, driving them to Bristol is Ready. Atlanta Cable, this is the campaign overview. There'll be 156 commercials that run through Atlanta Cable Television. And this shows where Atlanta includes a little bit more, Rossville, Atlanta is pretty sprawled. So those are some of the channels that you can see that it's on Atlanta, some of the shows that it's showing in Atlanta, and then their reporting. We have, we're reaching a smaller percent because there's so much more people in the Atlanta. We're reaching about 12% of the Atlanta market of the people we're trying to get. The frequency is also a little bit lower because of the number of commercials that we're running in February. We have more that will run in March. So we should see our target reach and our target frequency both increase as we continue on. And then there's broadcast. Broadcast will give us more reports there toward the end of the full campaign in May, but I wanted to give some highlights. We had 11 paid commercials that went through Fox Atlanta. They gave us 4 added value that were a no charge. These were spots that opened, and basically they went ahead and stuck us in. So we have a good relationship with our representative from Atlanta and our representative from Nashville in those markets. And so they threw us some added value that did open up unexpectedly, which included the 10 p.m. news, college basketball game, and TMZ weekend. So we're trying to still get those 21 to 49 demographics. We were able to reach 161,000 impressions on adults in that market. And then when you look below, you have WKRN, which is the ABC affiliate in Nashville. We had 27 paid commercials, and you can see where we're reaching 69.5% of those over 18 and 69.7% of those over 25. So we're hitting a really good percent of the target market, and their impressions are much higher with the budget that we were able to spend more in Nashville's. Spending in Nashville's dollar goes a little bit further than Atlanta. It's a little bit easier to reach more people in Nashville. So we also have Facebook ads that started over this past weekend. They started on Thursday evening, Friday. Those will be running for the next 60 days. Those will include those direct people to the Bristol is Ready video, and it's targeted for Nashville and Atlanta. We did a quick snapshot at Google Analytics just for the last 3 or 4 days. Right now, we've had people that have directly gone to the website. Number 1 is people who live in Atlanta. Number 2 is people who live in Nashville. So that's where we are right now. I can give you a Google Analytics report by the end of March. We wanted to get about 30 days of time with Facebook and television running. So we'll see how many people are running to the website to show interest in, hey, we're interested in learning more about Bristol, and go from there. So I went through those slides. I tried to be brief because I know that you all have had a very busy day. So are there any questions or anything I can help answer?
Do we see any uptick on as far as from the website of hits on that while during the commercials that were running in either Atlanta or Nashville? What did that look like?
Well, the more uptick that we have right now is looking over the last 3 days when Facebook was fully launching the ads, and those were approved. From television, it's a little bit harder because you have impressions that for broadcast TV, you can't click the TV, so to speak, and go directly to the ad. So it's a branding reminder. And then when we overlay the Facebook ads, which are similar, it's the same video, but it's a similar message of like, live here, work here, it's the best place ever. They click that, we can track that a lot more readily. So looking at it, we saw the uptick of about, directly about 15 more clicks alone just from Atlanta the day that the Facebook ad started. And 7 more, I believe is the number off memory, that came from Nashville alone, just on the first day. Because we knew that television was going to be more brand awareness, get people aware. And now we're hitting those people again because the Facebook ads target the same demographic. The age.
If there was any, if you saw any noticeable, if someone's seen the commercial on TV and then us seeing, because we know, like, especially when, like, during the news section, those were airing at that specific time, of anyone seeing it and then going to the website. I was just curious.
You know what? That's a great question. And I can look at that and see, based on when they give me the time report of when something ran, like, for example, 10 p.m. news, like you're alluding to, I can look and see live activity report and see if people were coming during the times of when the commercial ran.
No, I'm just curious.
Yeah, I'll make a note of that and see what I can get from there.
Right.
That's a great question. We'll make it a little quick note. Okay. Anyone else, or?
I do not.
Yeah, now this is gonna run for how much longer?
This runs through May 16th.
And it is a phased project. Again, we started with the TV, and the digital component will outlast the TV portion by several weeks. I will mention one other kind of arm of this campaign that's not been necessarily facilitated through High Road, but something we are working with is our partners at King University and their athletics. They've not been able to host visitors at their athletic events this year. So those events are being broadcast over the web through partnership with Masters Entertainment here in Bristol. And so our Bristol is Ready advertising has also been running on those webcasts as well for all of their home basketball games. They hope for maybe a little bit longer season than they got this year, but they didn't quite get that. And they'll also be hosting a volleyball tournament on campus for Conference Carolinas, and our ad will be shown during those webcasts as well. So that's going to be the only way that those teams coming from throughout the conference can actually watch their teams play, is by watching that webcast, since they can't be here in person. So that'll be some good exposure for the message also.
How do we, John, are we running any of this just as a filler, or have we done a special to educate our own community as to what we're doing along these lines?
We have been running it here locally, like on our BTN channel, for example. We've not done, I guess, what you would say, like a public education campaign about the Bristol is Ready project as yet, outside of just the conversations that we've been having with our community partners, just letting them know what's going on and what we're trying to do. I think I hope there's not been too much confusion among some of our community partners about this campaign, and then also the supplemental tourism marketing that we're doing. I hope the lines aren't getting blurred too much between those. So we've been trying, as we've had those conversations, to let people know that they are really separate initiatives.
So, John, it sounds like y'all need to interview yourselves on Inside Bristol or something. I think sometimes we forget that to do our own self. I know y'all do lots within the city with different departments, but maybe you need to do your own.
I will ask myself to check my schedule.
Well, I think, when we have people that they say, well, a lot of our community doesn't realize that we have had an influx of people. They don't realize that unless you're interested in the housing market, you don't realize that our housing market has just been ravaged. There is no housing right now. And unless we as they say, toot our own horn that we are doing this. We are trying to increase our population because we all understand that increasing, it's Econ 101, increase your population with an appropriate housing value, and it goes up and property taxes go down. And so, we are working, we are working diligently to make all this happen.
Some other things we're looking forward to, as we've got this marketing effort that's happening right now. Certainly, for anything to be successful, it's never a one and done. It's got to be a sustained effort over a period of time. And so, as we have this site that has been built for this specific purpose, we're going to look at adding additional content to that and increasing the value there as well. I know there's a project that I've had just some preliminary conversations with our planning staff about doing some mapping on there to really help people that have maybe never been to Bristol in their life understand what our neighborhoods are, kind of where some of our neighborhood assets are, and do it in a really visually engaging way that'll hopefully pique their interest and give them a little bit more of an in-depth look of, okay, this is the type of family unit that I have. This is what we want to live close to. Which neighborhoods can provide that when we're looking for housing? So we're working on those types of assets as well.
I think with this, what's interesting is if you look at the Atlanta, and I mean, it's almost half, but I mean, you had the 1.258 million impressions in Nashville with 27 paid. You had a total of 15 paid, half, and you got 161,000 in Atlanta, which is pretty big. Mm-hmm. And did you say, Matt, that Atlanta was a lot more expensive?
Mm-hmm. Atlanta is an expensive market, yes. Everyone wants to be in Atlanta, and Atlanta has been historically expensive, their rates, for politics reasons. Their rates went way up because it was a battleground state, like North Carolina, because we work with some other folks that try Charlotte. So Nashville is actually cheaper than both of those markets, and considerably cheaper than, but we wanted to give a presence in Atlanta because it is a gateway to Bristol. So, but if you're looking at that, you are correct. Yeah, you're getting more bang, I guess you'd say, out of focusing on Nashville.
Yeah, I mean, not even close.
And there, originally, a couple months ago, we also talked about, with John and April, looking at DC, but I had to be just really honest. We could have taken the whole budget and not been able to penetrate the DC and the DC region. It is extremely expensive. So we peeled that away on purpose.
Hey, Matt and Lori, what were your thoughts about, I was going to ask you about other markets. You just now mentioned one. What about Charlotte? I know that's a North Carolina market as well, but like the Chattanooga market, which is very close to the Atlanta market. What other markets would you look at in the future?
We did talk about Charlotte. We talked about the triad. We were looking at entities where Bristol has a leg up based on quality of life. I know we talked about Chattanooga at one time. We did kind of shy away a little bit because of their huge gigabyte promo. They invest a ton of money in that. So we wanted to stay a little bit out of that area because they're trying to do the same thing, so to speak, and recruit people away. There's other markets that you can look at. We're looking at densities of population. You could look at Louisville. You could look at Cincinnati. You could, it's usually cost of living housing and also great schools. So that's why when we look at the pillars, where are places that have high density of populations, that have awful traffic, that have, all the things that you had to deal with when you had to drive to work, and now you're looking more remote. We were looking at markets like Nashville, Atlanta, because that's the two of the things that you hear. Charlotte does have a traffic problem. I don't think it's as bad as Nashville or Atlanta, but I would look at Charlotte, like you're saying. The Triad is a really smart area. There's a lot of colleges there. But you know, there's probably, where we're located, there's probably 6 or 7 cities that you could effectively try to target, like your Cincinnati's, and DC is one. It's just very expensive. It's just very, very expensive. You know, some of your other cities have targeted New York on purpose during the pandemic, but you have to have a lot of cash to even play in the New York arena. And I wouldn't recommend it for Bristol, even if you had the cash, because other communities in more rural Pennsylvania, Maryland, they've been going after those folks, trying to get them out of the city into their communities. And it may not just be for remote working. It's they may be looking at them from a tourism or trying to push developments, because we see some of those things too in our partner folks that live in the Chesapeake.
As we kind of get our toes wet along pathway, we had a prior presentation and it talked about earned media value. And so, you know, we found out something about the Atlanta market and the Nashville market, like number of impressions. And I know we've had this conversation in the past about assigning a dollar amount to 1.2 million impressions, but that to me looks like a very high number of impressions compared to what Bristol has been able to do in the past. Does it seem to you like that's a high number of impressions? I mean, 5 years ago when you were heading up our Discover Bristol, did that surprise you, or did you think that was about where we should be, or what were your thoughts there?
When I came to the high road, it would have surprised me, but I tell people, I feel like Oz. I get to see what's behind the curtain now. And now that digital is so driven, impressions are increasing because everything has moved a lot more to a digital realm. Even television, broadcast is getting there too, where you can supplement with targeted and geofencing and all the buzzwords with television stations. You can do that now. But impressions, the technology has made it so, delivering into the home, they can track who's looking and who's watching. We didn't have those abilities really 5 and 6 years ago when we were doing TV campaigns in Roanoke, or I'm trying to remember some of the other areas we went in, Greensboro, stuff like that. I mean, so I'm not surprised as much about the impressions because I've worked on other campaigns in Nashville. Not necessarily like this. This is completely out of the box, completely unique and impactful. But I'm not surprised by those impressions in Nashville. It's and plus WKRN is a great station. They're great to work with, and they also do good reporting. And that was one of the reasons why we also looked at WKRN, because we have a relationship where we know, hey, we're going to get reports, and we know that they're going to be spot on and audited and legit. But to answer your question in a long way that I just did, I'm not as surprised now, but the numbers probably weren't being reported as well as you can now. I mean, in Facebook, we can tell you everything about someone. And you couldn't really do as much 5, 6 years ago.
I really like the way the site is set up too. It has a call to action in format, whether you're on your cell phone or your computer. Is there any way of and I'm asking, I don't know this, but is there any way of tracking, for instance, the amount of time that someone spends in a certain area of the website? For instance, where we learn, is one area, where we work, and talking about the 10 gigabyte. Was there certain areas of the site that people were spending more time than others?
Yeah, I'll be able to show you that on Google Analytics in our next report, because it'll show me how long you've spent on each page, how you exited, if you just went to the front page, the home page, and then left, if you bounced away. So I'll be able to do that once we just have a little bit more data, especially with the Facebook clicks and data coming through. We'll know if they're spending 25 seconds on a page, or if they're spending 1 second and then they left. Well, then they maybe weren't as interested, So we can do that per page. So in our acquisition reports, and we'll be able to show you whether they were mobile, desktop, and everything. Google Analytics shows a lot now. There's a lot of, and I love it. I just find the data interesting.
Do you guys use we use Hootsuite, for instance, at our office, which kind of gets everything in together. Is that something that you guys use? And can you kind of tell everybody else about that?
Yeah, we've used Hootsuite. We are now using Sprout Social. It covers a few more little platforms. Same thing as Hootsuite, to be honest. It tracks and it lets you post on multiple platforms, but it tracks all your reports. It generates your reports for you so that you can see everything that went through and where they went, what they looked at. And especially if you're doing it on multiple channels, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, some people are doing, Pinterest, whatever. I mean, it'll show all of that. But it's also a good scheduling tool if you were doing daily content management. Hootsuite, Sprout Social, those are great platforms because the reporting is very clean and clear. And it's audited. It comes straight from Facebook or whatever platform you plug in for the reports.
And we've also
Lori's an expert, so she lives on.
Chime in there, Lori. We'd love to hear from you.
It's a great it's a great scheduling tool, and it's the analytics and the numbers you can get from it are probably better. I haven't used Hootsuite in a long time.
Yeah.
But I think Sprout's probably got better analytics and the number of reports you can get. So it's why we use it and love it. So.
Yeah.
So back to the age-old question, return on investment and that kind of thing. You've shown us a substantial number of impressions from 2 different markets.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything out there now that kind of assigns a dollar amount, a dollar value to those impressions?
Yeah, I can do that. Yep. I can look that up. I'll have to do it per industry. And this is a housing economic development kind of category because it does vary per category. Impressions for a food product, obviously the value is lower than something that is someone who may want to live here, impression value. So I can certainly pull that for you and give that on a future report of an earned media and an impression value. I can do that.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, we just wanted to give a first snapshot that things are moving smooth, going well, and we're getting traction. So that was kind of the goal that John and April wanted us to push through, and everything looks smooth on our end that we can see.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And do I need to unshare? I don't want to stop share, give the control back. Okay, there you go.
Thank you all.
So John, this is the partnership with BTES. And then next month we'll have a report on this partnership with BTES. And then what we have done with High Roads in regard to tourism, correct?
Correct. Yeah, we can get some reporting on how that campaign is sort of
going as well.
to evolve.
One of the things that I think is so critically important about the information that we're getting is if there is a certain area of the website that folks are clicking on more, like the 10 gigabyte, that really gives a great data and information for BTES going forward as well in their advertising and things of that nature. And for us, if they're looking more at housing, we can really track that and see where we can move from there.
Good stuff. Okay.
All right, Mayor, I just have a couple of items then under the city manager comments. We'll need some direction on council as to our April 6th meeting, if you want to conduct that in a virtual format, or do you want to renew in-person meetings at this later summer in the auditorium?
Where's the governor on all this?
He's through the end of April.
I would probably still go for virtual with looking toward our work session the end of May being back in person.
Well, they said the governor goes to the end of April.
I'm sorry, the end of April. Excuse me. That's what I meant to say, not the end of May. Thank you. Whoops.
I would concur with that.
I'm good with that.
Okay. Is that a consensus then? Okay.
So will our April work session, will we do it in person?
That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Margaret, is that what you said, April work session in person?
Yeah, I said May in person, but you will do that one in person too, hopefully. But April, yeah. Hopefully that gives everybody, especially, I think Ballard just announced the expansion of vaccine, and the governors, the health departments, that's coming too. So hopefully that gives most of us on council and hopefully staff opportunity for being vaccinated.
I'd just like that as long as the governor is allowing it, the option of one way or the other, of virtual.
Say that again?
As long as the governor is allowing it, then I would like the fact of us saying that end of April is going to be in person. I would still like, at the end of April, the option of the virtual.
In this kind of format?
Yeah.
The hybrid format?
Yeah.
Okay, it does require a lot to set this up.
Okay.
And if you want to do that, we can do that. But I know Terry and Tim and Shane, they put a lot of work into setting up a hybrid kind of meeting.
Right.
Now, if it's all virtual, that's not a problem.
Right.
The hybrid meeting gets to be very labor intensive in setting it up.
As we move forward, we have been able to, can we still, especially for work sessions, can we still Zoom in on a work session even after the fact?
What's your legislation pending?
Well,
Because before we could call in.
The legislation, are we talking about now with the emergency
No,
orders in
going
place, or
forward with the proposed legislation.
Unless there's a change to the Open Meetings Act, our work sessions are public meetings. And so you cannot call in and participate. You can listen, but you're limited to.
But we could call in if by chance at the end of April, we said we're going to meet in person with where we are now, instead of having to set all this up, say if I could not be here in person, I could call in and I could still participate as long as I set my.
I don't think so.
Well, no, and if we're still under the governor's order.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. As long as we're still under the governor's.
I misunderstood. I thought you said after that.
No.
Okay.
Under the governor's orders.
Right.
Then, as long as I state my name of who is speaking, even though I'm not on video, then I can be.
You could call.
Yeah.
Because the governor doesn't care about this setup.
Right.
That's. And legislatively, I don't think you're going to get very much in the way of a change to the Open Meetings Act. What I've seen so far is really going to be for emergencies only, unless that changes before the end of the session.
I would say that we should either do a full Zoom or we go, all live if we can. And the only reason, there's other people involved here besides the folks that are at this table. We've got, I just think you could have some younger people, and who knows, we could have some sort of a spike. We're going through, spring break right now. And I think, in my opinion, it's too early to tell about the end of April. But I think as it's trending right now, we should be able to meet safely at the end of April. But if something were to materialize between now and then, I think we need to be flexible.
Well, I think the consensus is we have a virtual meeting for April the 6th. Perhaps in April the 6th, I'll ask this same question and see if we can come up with an agreement as to the format for our meeting in late April, our work session in late. I think that's 26th, 27th, whatever the fourth Tuesday is in April. So the only other item that I have, as I mentioned earlier, I have had requests from nonprofits to meet. I've had a request from United Way, and I've had a request from BCM to present to you. I have not had a request or a request either for support or to meet with you from any of the other partners that we have funded, including the Paramount or Theater Bristol. I would assume that we will get something from BIB, and that we typically do, and I would assume that Maggie would like to speak, but I have not heard from Maggie.
Well, Paramount's in they have a
They're in transition.
director right now.
They're in transition.
And they may not be aware that this is how our gig, so.
Sure.
They went to California.
Okay. Could I suggest perhaps some video lunches, and not trying to gather, they'd be strict video. And if there's another time, that's fine, but try to hold it. I mean, we're pushing 4 hours on this. Try to hold these presentations, maybe have two groups in, and say each of you have 30 minutes, and try to hold these to an hour.
I'd say 15 minutes.
I was going to say have 15 and get
questions,
3 or 4 in.
Right now, I've only had a request from 2. Yeah. If I don't get additional requests, then we'll march on. Okay. All right. Can you give me some dates in which you would find that you would be available? And then we're approaching the end of March. We could do some things. I've got to advertise them, so we're probably looking at sometime the first or second week of April. Maybe perhaps the last week of March, if it's April 1st.
These will all be Zooms, right?
Yes,
After
yes.
Won't be the first, last this month.
Yeah,
next week. After Friday till Easter, I'm not listening.
Okay, so that would rule out next week then.
I'm not available next week at all.
Okay, all right.
How about April 8th?
I'm fine at noon on the 8th as far as that goes, but I'll work around y'all's schedule. I've had the 8th thrown out. Chad, are you okay on the 8th at noon?
I do have a conflict, but I think if it's a noontime set up, I think I can do that by Zoom. I'm almost positive.
Yeah. Or you want 15?
I want to do what's best for everybody else. So yeah, I'll make that work.
Okay. April 8th at noon, and I'll advise BCM and United Way, and then if I get requests, then we'll do some scheduling. If I don't, we just don't. Okay. All right. That's all I have.
I have, and Bill, you and I have talked about this, and I don't know that everybody's aware. The Sullivan County Commission passed the $75,000 resolution to work with our 11W water utility. There's development out on that end, and the total cost to upgrade the utility is we're looking at $103,000.
That's our cost. If a developer did it, it would be much, much higher.
Okay, so I don't know that
probably be best if I just walked us through this.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. We received a request from a Mr. Stephen Hobbs, I think is the name, to do some residential development on Hooker Road. Now, Hooker Road is in the far west end of what is the old 11W utility district. This is well west of our urban growth boundary.
But we own this district, right?
We acquired this district in 1992 when the hospital moved to their present location. So this district goes probably the farthest west would be Sunrise Elementary School, and then the 2-lane portion of 394 that goes back toward Island Road that runs parallel to Interstate. Hooker Road is not far from that far west corner of that. When this utility was originally chartered as the 11W utility district, they put in a water system consistent with the land use at that time. When we acquired it, and we acquired it simply because the hospital was going to be located there, and we needed to upgrade the water system in order to advance that project, as well as recognizing that exit 74 was our only interstate exit. And so enhancing the water service to that area created what's now known as the Pinnacle. When we acquired that, we improved and we did a hydraulic analysis on that area, and we studied that we looped that system. It had an existing 6-inch line along 11W, and we went down Island Road and all the way to 394 and back up and looped that system together. And we increased the pumping capacity of the 11W, what was called the 11W booster station, which now serves the Pinnacle also. And there's additional storage that's been built there as a result of the Pinnacle development. But this request came to us. Now this is, I think it's a 1-inch line on Hooker Road. And so it doesn't have sufficient capacity to support this residential development. Now, from a policy standpoint, as we have had requests, especially outside of our city limits, as developers have made requests for infrastructure to do development, we've said, well, that's part of your expense in being a developer, much like BTS would do if you needed to. And of course, you sit on that board, Vice Mayor, so you understand the conversations there. When a developer is going to make a business investment, it is their responsibility to make those improvements. And we have historically said exactly that. What we did do in this situation, and knowing that we are trying to support development, and bear in mind, this is not only west of our city limits, this is west of our urban growth boundary.
Right, but we own the utility district.
We clearly own the utility district.
Yeah.
We clearly, and we have maintained a utility system there that is properly sized for its current land use,
right,
which is important in the conversation. Right. So the developer then wants to change that land use.
Right.
So much as if they were having a conversation with BTS, the infrastructure necessary to advance that project, I think BTS would probably put it in, but they would charge them for that utility improvement, which is the offer that we have made.
Is there only one developer, or is this, I guess my question is, in all of this, is that there was some concern about taking a 4-inch line to a larger line that runs just across 11W, and that was the ask made of us. Is there a bigger ask made of us?
Yeah, there is actually. When this first came to us, internally we did a hydraulic analysis of the capacity of that line. Now, recognizing that there's a trailer court at the far end of Hooker Road, that if we allowed X number of additional connections onto this road, it would drop their water pressure below TDEC standards, which is 20 PSI or 2 gallons per minute. So it would drop it below that, but we felt like that we could allow 10 additional taps. Now there was a vineyard that was there at one time, and that's now gone out of business, and they've sold the property and they've subdivided it for residential development. So we can sell 10 taps out there without expanding the water systems there. But that's well short of the taps that Mr. Hobbs would want to do his development, would need to. What's his proposed number of units, Tim? Do you recall?
15 plus.
Okay, so and these are supposed to be of the value and so forth. It's a fairly high-end residential development that is being proposed there. So when we do this, we consult our utility policy. And it clearly states that if there is new development, the upgrading of that utility is a responsibility of the developer. It does say that we may participate, and we have inside the city limits in extending water mains. A good example of that is a 10-inch water main along Old Jonesboro Road that was extended to provide for Fairfield Estates back in probably the late 1990s. We did that, but we have not participated in anything outside of our city limits, much less outside of our urban growth boundary. So, and I think it's important to note there are no free lunches here. It's important to note that when you're in these conversations, is that state law requires in our enterprise fund, our proprietary fund, that it support itself. So this is not any improvements there are borne by the cost of that's borne by the ratepayers. So if we can make sense out of getting involved financially in projects that are inside our city limits or can be easily annexed inside our city limits. Once again, this is way outside of even our urban growth boundary. But we don't believe it's appropriate to shift the cost of making that investment for this developer onto the ratepayers of the rest of the water system.
My understanding is that there would be more than one developer in the long-term process.
There potentially could be, and they could participate in whatever the delta is in making that improvement. If there's multiple developers could absolutely get involved in that on that cost share. But what we have offered as I guess an incentive is that we would use our in-house crews to install the utility, much like BTS would do. But then we bill them our actual labor and material costs. Now, that is a significant savings over a contractor installed line, especially where it relates to the road bore under Highway 11W. A contractor is going to be on the order of probably $500 a foot. Tim, is that a reasonable estimate there?
For a road bore, it'll be
for the road bore, not a simple laying of 6 or 8 inch pipe or something like that, but the road bore underneath 11W, where a contractor to do that and shift that cost to the developer, that is an expensive project. We're doing that at our cost, but we already have the road boring equipment. But we would be charging not a cost not an hourly rate on that equipment like a contractor would do, but we would charge our labor and we would charge our material. It's got to be a casing pipe that would go in, as well as the water main itself that would go through there. So all of that material cost would be, as well as our labor, would be passed on to the contractor. If Sullivan County's, and we estimate that to be round numbers, 100,000 for our conversation. I think you've told them maybe 103, something like that, but let's say it's 100,000. And if Sullivan County's putting 75,000 in, then the developer or plural would be responsible for the balance of that. And I think that's the appropriate way, especially given the finances of the utility in terms of rather than all the ratepayers picking up the cost of this utility extension, Sullivan County is certainly going to benefit from property taxes there.
Well, we would benefit because of its close proximity to sales tax to the pinnacle and all of those. I'm
not arguing any of that, but there's not that's an indirect benefit. There's not a direct benefit from the terms of property tax. And quite honestly, 17 utility customers, that's not significant. Residential.
But with it growing, with that area growing, and would grow back could potentially grow back towards our urban growth boundary, where is it on 11W that they want to run the pipe across? Is the crossing actually out all the way to Hooker Road, or is it within our urban growth boundary where they want?
Can you get that map back up, Tim? We have a 6-inch water main on 11W that's directly across from this, but it's on the far side. So the road bore would be required to go underneath Highway 11W and then over to I think is it Reedy Creek and then Hooker Road, Tim?
Hooker Road.
It's what? Hooker Road. But what's the road that has Reedy Creek and then Hooker?
So the bore will be made right there at Hooker.
You can see where the red is?
Yeah.
Can you see the hand? I don't know if y'all can see that.
Yeah.
So right now we have 1.5 feet down through some property here. And this is Hooker Road that comes all the way out to 11W. Reedy Creek teaches into it. So what we're proposing is to feed the 4-inch on Hooker and Reedy Creek with, you know, a new 8-inch line.
So because we're handling it this way, what is the proposed savings to the project? If somebody were having to pay for it, like let's say that a developer or an independent person were having to pay for this, what would their cost be, what's incurred versus what we are going to do it for?
I would be pulling a number out of the air. Like I said, the road bore itself, which is the lower part of that red, we're charging the material and time. And that's compared to probably a bid cost from a contractor, generally $500 a foot for a road bore in an area like that. Again, you've got.
I mean, the biggest thing is one, equipment. We're not charging equipment cost. And our labor cost is a little bit possibly cheaper than the contractor's labor cost.
So is this ask coming from, it's the first I've heard it, so is the ask coming from Sullivan County?
Well, the ask is, it's not coming from Sullivan County, but you have to realize there's some political capital in all of this. Is that Sullivan County is putting $75,000 into a $100,000 project of a utility that we own, and albeit that there is a developer involved that's building these homes out there, but the projection is that there will be additional homes built. They are in the counties. So we have all kinds of tranches of money sitting out there, and we want to have the appropriate amount returned to us, and not that they wouldn't. But it makes it hard to go into a conversation with them when you've got some commissioners that this is their district and they're real excited about this. And, you know, we go back and we say, gosh, you know, we'd love to have $10 or $12 million to put towards a CTE facility. And they turn around and they say, well, you know, yeah, I bet you would. And we'll get it.
Yeah, but I think that you said it, I mean, I think this is different of the fact that this being in the county, even though we own the water system, but being in the county, it would kind of be if we came to the county and asked them for here in the city for monies to extend the same thing. I don't know that. I don't know that that's actually, that should be.
I'm just putting.
No, I get. I understand what you're saying. Totally.
I just want when. I just want us to be able to talk about it and be able to give points back to them because, you know, I've had calls from more than one commissioner. And, you know, we talk about being developer friendly and we talk about regionalism. I'm just throwing out all the talking points that have been thrown at me. And so where do we begin with regionalism? Do we work just the county and the city? Do we work fluidly back and forth into trying to promote development, not just within our own city boundary, but if we own the water utility, are we, you know, working to promote it outside of our boundary, but within our water utility? And I get all that.
Yeah, it's a changing land use, and it's a changing land use that someone's gonna. That's part of their business plan. They wouldn't be there if they didn't plan on making a profit out of that. So this is part of the investment that is appropriate for a developer to make.
And the cost is passed along.
But, and that's appropriate too.
So you know, I just wanted everyone to be aware that this is out there. It's $25,000. You know, developers talk to each other. You know, they're all saying, well, you know, they did this or they didn't do that. And so perception is reality. We know what the reality is, but what is the perception? And so messaging. And, you know, you have to think about all of these things, especially when you've got developers that are developing outside of the city that have the same potential to develop in the city. And they're talking to each other right now.
Well, I think that's where the message there would be that, you know, we wouldn't, if they were developing inside the city.
We would have a different answer.
We would have the fact of the programs that we have within inside the city that would go along with that. So, I mean, and especially if, I would think under this water utility district, under this particular one, That money would have to, I mean, we can't just take the money out of from a city. It would have to come out of this 11W.
We have one utility.
Okay.
That does
So
not,
it's
that
not
does not
spread- it's not-
distinguish.
okay.
We have one pot of money. So
Right.
if, I mean, just to boil it down, if we fund it, it is a very slippery slope. You're actually right. Developers, you're 100% right. Developers talk to each other. And if we start writing checks all over our district, that's a slippery slope for us to be on. But the people who really underwrite the cost of this are the people sitting around these tables. And that's the reason we've always had this type of position to move forward with this. The exact same conversations, point well taken. If this was that vacant property across from Fairfield Estates, of course they'd have a 10-inch water main in front of it now. But there are a number of incentives that are available if you want to do business inside the city.
I have a question on that. A property that is outside the urban growth boundary, what is the procedure for annexation if a property owner wanted to be annexed, or is it possible?
If it's contiguous to the city, then I believe we can annex.
If it's contiguous, it wouldn't be contiguous
If
to the
it's,
city.
well, yeah, if we've got like a little tongue of city
get
going
spot.
out through the
We
urban
don't.
growth boundary, then we could,
We
then we
don't.
don't have
You
that
can't
option.
spot it.
That would be spot annexing. Where this would be spot annexing. This is not.
Right, this particular situation, I don't think we have an annexation. In general, the only way we can annex outside the city, outside the urban growth boundary.
It's
is
too
if
far
there's
out past, I guess.
The contiguous
And
piece.
this property is so far out too, you've got to look at service delivery issues. I mean, there are things that, we would just be running a fire truck out there and a police vehicle when we needed to, but we're running a solid waste trip out there. And you have to look at the logistics of providing services. And that's, again, our urban growth boundary goes fairly far out west, 11W. This is just well outside of the urban growth boundary.
I think it's about, 4.5 miles from city limits out there. Tim, the footage across those two, or the roads there, across from what is that? Maybe a number.
120 foot-ish, 100 to 150 foot, maybe 100.
That was $500 right here, you're talking about
$60,000.
That's for
If
your
they
road
don't get
board.
right.
Yeah, that's just for your road
just
board.
before it's hit right.
Yeah. So, I mean, we're giving them a gift right now.
That's what I'm saying, that 75 is.
Okay, say that again. It's 100 and how many feet?
About 120-ish, if I recall.
Got it. Got it. All right. Thank you very much.
Well, I have another question related to this. We have a lot of water lines that are in the east end of the district that need replaced. Our citizens in those city limits have been asking for this to be repaired by taking crews and putting in this water line. Are those property owners within the city being pushed out another several months, year, 2 years? We have been talking to these city residents for the last several years that they're next on the list. They're coming up. It's going to be really soon. We're 2, 3, 4 years down the road. When are we going to get to the east end of the town?
Well, your point's well taken. We can only have so many crews working in so many spots at one time. To your point, in discussions with a public works staff, the area you're talking about is slated for paving this paving season. So the galvanized lines in the area you're referring to will need to be replaced this year.
Okay, thank you.
Good answer.
Well, but it is a good case in point, though. We can only be on so many fronts at one time. So when a project like this drops in, we've got to figure out ways to address it.
Anything else in mind?
No.
I'll start out the lightning round by saying I have no comments.
I'll go ditto.
All right.
Okay, meeting adjourned.
Thank you.
No